Try it again. How about now, Pepe? Okay, YouTubers, can you hear me in YouTube now? Hopefully you can. Okay. All right, guys. Yeah, some tech glitches this morning, so I think we're okay now. Thanks. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, you would tell me. Okay, let me gather my thoughts here. VFS, another one. VFS, it looked like it was completely dead, but it is, I think it had a little pop in the pre-market, yeah, 12%. I suppose, that better, BETR. Now, who posted some kind of a rumor that Wells Fargo was looking at them? Possible. Where'd you see that? Somebody posted some kind of a rumor about better BETR. All right, YouTubers, good. I'm glad you can all hear me now. So what you didn't hear, we talked about DBGI, HPQ, and AMBA. I would call it HPQ and AMBA, AMBA. A couple of earnings plays to really keep an eye on today. I don't know if there are any positive ones of any note. There's TATT. I don't know if it's, yeah, not very much volume. I mean, I suppose it could be interesting, guys. I mean, it's a 2-year high now for TATT, 2-year high. The volume will pick up. They release earnings after hours, so the volume will pick up. It is an Israeli stock, TATT. And let's see, Puke, Puck. The, we have here that's releasing during market hours, not often, but it's the UK stock, so maybe that's the reason. Often that a company releases during market hours, but that's what we have it here as. That's what that point 0.5 means. Another small one is an earnings play, LX. LX is another small earnings play, China stock. Probably not going to be too interesting. So here are the ones that are down. So again, in my earnings day column, if I look at anything that's 0.25 or minus 0.25, that is an earnings play today. So there's the MSFT. I'm sorry, the MCFT. There's the AMBA, AMBA. There's the box. There's the HPQ. Here's another one. PDCO. Patterson. It's a pretty good gap down. Not very much volume yet, but PDCO is an earnings play also. An interesting gap down, guys, actually. Looks like on the weekly chart, that low was 31.77. So the next low is 31.23. If it takes that out, look out below for PDCO. All right. Anything else here on the earnings side? Not really. Okay, so I'm going to take a look at the sectors now, guys. I'm not going to have, I don't think I'll have time to look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. So I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'll click on new and then dock to channel bar. Scroll down to where it says show more and then sector status. So we're in for a mildly positive open. We've had two big days in both the Dow and Tech or NAS the last 2 days. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% in green, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So as I said, we're in for a positive open. Most of this, most of the major sectors are at least 50% or above, except for utilities. Now, what I do want to look at though is because we had such a great day yesterday, financials. Let's take a look at financials. They were flirting with the 200-day moving average, and you can see yesterday moved away. There's that blue line on my daily chart. That's the 200-day moving average. So it held it and moved away, and we're in for a small gap again. So right now, above the 200-day moving average. So let me do a quick sound check for everybody. Hopefully, not good quality at all. Seriously, really? Sound quality? No, I've got to find that. I got to figure this out, guys. I did have a. I have to. Hmm. I don't know what's going on, guys. No, echo chamber. Hmm. I could always do. Man, I could always do another reboot. Reboot. Maybe do. Okay, guys. If anybody's having a problem, if some are saying the sound's okay, and some are saying it's very iffy, maybe do a refresh. Not much I can do on my end that I can see other than doing another reboot of my system, which I need to have to do. Uh, well, guys, I'll try to muddle through this today, okay? Hopefully tomorrow we'll be back to our normal sound. Sorry about that. Don't know really what else I can do other than not talk a lot. All right, let me take a look at some of the other sectors, though, okay? Consumer staples was another one, of course, that was well below the 200-day moving average. And let's take a look. Yeah, so it is starting to creep up towards the 200-day, but that is still below. And the other one, I see financials. Did I look at financials? Was the other one that I think was just, yeah, I looked at financials earlier. Healthcare. I think healthcare was another one that was kind of flirting with that 200-day. So I think it's only consumer staples right now. Oh, retail, XRT. So XRT is still below the 200-day moving average. Okay, still below, but it is looks like it just may pop above it today. All right, I'll have to get rid of this. I do apologize for the sound. I have no idea what I can do. Not a code red thing. Well, so anybody new, I do apologize. If you're new to the room, this is not typical. And we have a minute to the open. Let me just try something one more time. But the problem is it's both on YouTube. It's not just this room. So it's not just YouTube or not just. Yeah, I can try that. I can figure out where the heck it's plugged in. I'll just turn it on. Okay, guys, we're open. We're open. We're open. Well, there's the ICCT guys. The ICCT just ripping off well, that halt that probably was a lot of consternation for many. At least one we know of, Christine. Yeah, you were right. ICCT just got halted on the way up. So Dell's on the way down also, guys. Dell is on the way down. DELL, I don't know if not an yeah, it is an earnings play. Actually, it's not an earnings play. It's an earnings play tomorrow after the market closes. So this is another earnings play. Keep an eye on that. I mean, the crazy, crazy, crazy one should be is going to be this DBGI. Pre-market high was up here at 1664 for DBGI. I'm afraid to talk. All right, guys. HPQ on the way down. HPQ earnings play made a little pop before the market opened, but now moving down. Again, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. The DBGI might be an exception, but it'll be a very, I can't recommend. Of course, I don't recommend anything, but boy, this is if it takes out the pre-market high, which is around 1670. Don't look for a reason. There is no reason for this being higher. Not that I can see. Uncle Tio is also up. The Team Low Group, another actually it's not a low float, 94 million in the float. The VFS still charging ahead here, guys. A high yesterday was $76. Still a combined market cap greater than Ford and GM. If I can find the see the problem is trying to find what cord I'm using for my microphone. Just give me one moment. Maybe that's right. Maybe I just have to plug it in and out. Give me a moment, guys, as I try to figure out which cord is the mic cord. Well, I don't know if that helped, guys. All right, I gotta concentrate now. Con is an earnings play, guys. CONN is an earnings play. Okay, so ICCT resumed, and it resumed on the way down this time. So that little NAOV was a little bit wild here, guys. It had a bottoming tail down to 188. Now it's popped right back up to 160, 165 million are in the float. Huge volume for it right now. They did have some. They did have some news to do with a Euro Shield study conducted in the UK. I guess I should do another sound check, guys. I did unplug my mic. Hopefully, you can hear me still, even if I am garbled a bit. Okay. Okay, so we're getting some pops actually here, guys. Amba, well, okay, it did have a little topping tail here. So Amba is just hasn't given it up yet. It's an earnings play, AMBA earnings play. Yeah, so some of these ones like HPE and Amba, the HPE is having a actually looks like it's going to go positive. HPE almost looks like it's going to go positive. All right, this is an earnings play. Really had no action in the pre-market. VRA is an earnings play if you're a Bradley. And let's see, low float, 22 million in the float. And the next high on the weekly chart is 762. So maybe a little bit too close. Okay, the DBGI just got halted on the way down, I guess. DBGI just got halted on the way down. Well, there's no question there's just a little bit of action in the better BETR. Still don't see anything in Interactive Brokers regarding Wells Fargo. Not just disputing you or anything, but I just don't see it. Better sued for one. Oh, that's not better. That's oh, okay. It is better. Okay, well, they're being sued for $1.8 million over advertising payments. That's from last year. Yeah, Sentinel. Yeah, real. You're through the 200-day moving average. Also, next low looking left. That's a big gap down potential. 1462. So it's about a dollar to the next low looking left on for S Sentinel. Okay, so AMBA now it's been pretty choppy so far. Low of the day was 57.60, so it's been a little bit choppy. High of the day 62, low 57 or 58, so it's been a little bit choppy up down. Now there's HPQ. It almost went positive. Is that right? Man, it almost went. Maybe I wasn't looking at HPQ. I just looked at this and it was almost going positive. Anyway, HPQ moving down on earnings. Next low looking left on the weekly chart for HPQ is it's like 27.57 or so, 27.51. Well, Dell is probably dropping because of HP and Dell has earnings after hours tomorrow, so maybe a bit of a sympathy play, perhaps. Oh, I know what it was. It was HPE. It was HPE that was so HPQ moving down, HPE moving up. I wasn't losing my mind. I said this is almost gone positive. So there's HPE. So doing the reverse of HPQ. What do I think of DBGI? Insanely volatile with that 300,000 in the float. I have an alert set for the high of the pre-market. See if it takes it out later on. That's about all I can say. There's no news on it. It's trade. It's just one of those call them the casino stocks, ones that are moving crazily with no news. I mean, the next high looking left would be 1805. Now the pre-market high was 1679. But again, it's really up to you. I mean, there's no recommendation. Well, you should take it here, or don't do this, or don't do that. Insanely risky with that float. My only recommendation: do not take too many shares because where are you going to put your stop? But the reverse split was on the 22nd, right, or the 23rd. So I mean, this is a week later. So, I mean, that's not the news for today. So, well, guys, Dell is on the move down here. Dell on the move down, and the next low on the daily chart, I think was fairly close. It's right there, 53.53. So the next low on the daily chart is 53.53, and then after that, 53.06. So there may be some support between here and 53 for Dell, maybe. So because of that, it's not as attractive to me. Now, we have somebody from the UK who popped in, said it was his first time in the room. So welcome. And I apologize for the sound quality today. if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, a new subscriber, you can ask questions. All right, sorry, 8, 9, yeah, 9:45. So the first 15 minutes in. You guys have talked, Reveal's been talking about Uber and Lyft. Yeah, so look at Lyft. I mean, this has got some room, guys. 12:29, so it's got a little bit of room. From 11:50, make sure of that. No, the next high is 11:58. So the next high for Lyft on the daily chart is 11:58. Woo! Now the big drop for ICCT. So yeah, hopefully, Christine, you bailed. Anyway, we just surging here, guys. Coming into, let's take a look at the weekly chart. Above that high, the next high is 289, and then 3-ish. So it may struggle to get through this area between here and 3. It may struggle, but that float, of course, 1.65 million in the float, that might supersede all the problems it might have trying to get through 3. You mean like this, Phoenix? The buttons are grayed out. Let me take a trade. Okay. No, they're not for me, so I don't know how to help. Once I got it, I just got out of the trade. I got in and out, flattened. They were all grayed out because I had nothing in here. But you're sure you're in the sim. You're connected to the simulator. The other thing, maybe just X out and reload it. I don't know how I can help. Had the same thing happened to me, I would have said, okay, let's, contact Dev, but not happening for me. My buttons are not grayed out. All right, guys. Now, yeah, I mean, so much for the 3 stopping it for NAOV. Again, the reason is because of the float. Sometimes you just have to disregard what we see on the chart as being potential resistance when you've got such a crazy, crazy low float and news and some news. You see ICCT was halted on the way up. Hmm. Yeah, it was. Okay, good. Good, Phoenix. Glad to hear. That's a great analogy, PJ. I think I'll have to try that one. Okay, let's see. Amber is, yeah, I mean, and the other one that I was looking at as a potential short to start today was MCFT. But MCFT, another earnings play, and it is moving higher here. Nice recovery. So what is the market doing? So the market Dow's up, Nas is up a bit, SPY's up. So there's a little bit of a disconnect. Tech is not following the Dow as much as it has been. Did HPE go positive? No, look at this. It's basically flat now. HPE is flat. So this is an earnings play, and definitely its cousin HPQ is not doing as well. Meanwhile, look at the SPY now, recovering at 450 mark. Look at the SPY. Wow. Meanwhile, Carvana, which had a little bit of a sell-off to begin, CVNA, but this is now it's come right back up. Had a bit of a sell-off, got down to 46.20, and now it's popping right back up, and it's taking out yesterday's high. So this is a very, very good trade of the week, guys. The trigger was 40, a little over 41, I believe. So nice for Steve. Steve will. It's too bad. He's in there. He's in our YouTube room tomorrow. Well, it may not be too bad if Carvana continues, but if who knows what might happen today. But here's another one that is trying to recover. I mean, PDCO, another earnings play, broke down through the 200-day moving average. But look at this; it's now popped back above it. So we're getting a lot of look at the SPY. We're getting a lot of recoveries in these earnings plays. The only one I don't think recovered was HPQ so far. Boy, Amba. This is one that I really thought would be a great one because I think at one point the next one looking left was around $7 underneath, but this is just recovering. AMBA. So RBC, let's see, reiterates an underperforming box, maintains a $21 price target. This is an earnings play today. However, JMP maintaining a $32. So we've got a divergence. Just give me a moment. Okay, now there is the pullback now for NAOV. It's got some room, guys. This OI has got some room. I think a dollar to the next high on the weekly, sorry, on the daily chart. 2377 looks like the next high on the daily chart for OII. It's not an earnings play. It's just not very much volume yet. Are you kidding me? They did a NAOV did a financing. Where are you getting that news, BHP? They filed for it. Well, okay, but that's so it's not the same as doing a financing right now. All right, this XAIR's got a little bit of room, guys. On the daily chart, the next high is $3.60 for XAIR, 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 and I don't see any specific news. Just sort of scouring my headlines. I don't see any specific news. Pretty low float, 25 million in the float. XAIR, guys. I mean, I wish I don't see any news on it though. But that's, it's got some room. I mean, the next high is 360. Again, when I say next news, when I say next or has room, all I'm doing is looking at a daily chart to see where the next high is on the daily chart. So current price at 327. I look left, and there's 325, so it's a little bit above that. So the next high is 360. That's where, if it gets even close to that, that's where it could stall. Whoa, this is not very many shorts available for me, but FFIE, this is a all-time low now. FFIE, all-time low, 6,000 shares available. Interactive brokers showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. All-time low. Look at this thing, just been about $28, $7. I mean, it's not that long ago. This was, boy, beginning of the month, August the 4th. This was a $28 stock. 27.73 was the high. Now, it did some reverse splits because split adjusted 617 way back here, but just recently, even after the reverse splits, this was a $27 stock down to 7 now. Look at the SPY, 450 now, recovered. You know what? This is an all-time high. ALSN, not an earnings play, but this is an all-time high. Not a lot of volume. Allison Transmission. I know, all heard of Allison. This is an all-time high for ALSN. Now, I'm going to watch this one. The reason I'm going to, not that it's going to do the same thing. Remember KMT yesterday? CAMT was an all-time high Israeli stock, and it just kept moving higher and higher and higher in a very orderly way. The market was certainly positive, but so I'm going to keep an eye on this Allison to see if it, just keeps moving. I mean, it's an all-time high, so obviously there's no chart resistance. There's no specific news on it today, I don't think. Sounds like an ad, Brooke. They make the best transmissions. Boy, look at Carvana. What a move it made. This is a $50 challenge now coming up. Yeah, well, maybe it'll be over 50 tomorrow when Steve gets into our YouTube room. Definitely keep an eye on this Allison, guys. I mean, this could be just one of those sneaky good ones. There's no news on it. 128,000 shares. It's not huge, but it is four times normal, so there is that. It doesn't really trade options. I mean, there's 91 contracts a day total, so it's not going to be in the option scanner. Oh, son of a. No more shorts now for me at FFIE. No more shorts now. They were only 6,000 when I looked, and I was just hemming and hawing, and I hemmed and hawed too long. All right, what the heck did these guys do? Riskified. This is another Israeli. A lot of Israeli stocks over the last 4 or 5 years that we've seen. Fraud prevention solutions. Okay, Riskified. Israeli stock coming into the yeah, to me, this could easily get stalled here. It's 74 million in the float, so that float I think is too big for it just to power through that 200-day moving average. There's a lot of shares available too to short 1.7 million. Boy, this beep has been just a horrible, messy one. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails on the daily chart. I remember almost trading this one. I think I got up to $11 yesterday, and yeah, messy, messy. All right, this could be it for HPE, guys. I mean, when I look at this daily chart, to me anyway, there looks like there's a ton of resistance right around the 17 level for HPE. It's at 1689 right now. It's gone mildly positive. It's an earnings play. It's a nice recovery, but just look at the daily chart. It looks like there's one, two, three, 4, 5 days around that 17 level. So that could stall it. Yeah, so there's been some short covering now at Interactive Brokers, but it's too late for me, I think. Now there are 5,000 shares available, so there has been a little bit of short covering at Interactive Brokers on this FFIE, but for me, it's just too late now. I wanted to get it right around this 760 mark. Hey guys, Allison, ALSN. A little bit of this, Allison. I want to see if it has any sort of movement, continuing movement here. ALSN, an all-time high. Not very much volume, but the spread is okay. So, for a $60 stock with only that volume, the spread was okay. So I said I would want to watch this one very closely all day. And I couldn't resist the sort of the alliteration, the 60-60. Not alliteration, but symmetry. Ashby, okay. Normally I do this around 10:30, but that's okay. I'll over this aspect of what you can find on my homepage. Give me one moment. All right, so I click on my homepage link and scroll down. I'll cover a lot more on my homepage in about half an hour or so. Okay, but scroll down until you see the scan section. So here it is. There are the scans. There is the abnormal option activity, the one you're looking for. There's the abnormal option activity. There is, wow, look at ICCT. Came right back up. Wow. These are all real time alerts, guys. ICCT, that's a real-time alert at 10:09, $9. And there's the momentum scan that you see right there, Momo right there. Pulse resumes is over here. And I have other scans that I'm sharing on my other monitors that you cannot see. I'm going to go over that in a lot more detail in about, say 20 minutes from now, around 10:30. So that'll get you going, Ashby, in terms of finding the scans that I am sharing. And again, just briefly on this, I don't trade options. What this is looking for is just abnormal option activity for a stock. So just another way of finding stocks that are trading abnormally. and I use it in a combination of normal auction activity with the relative volume. Now this, this MCEFT doesn't trade very many options. Right now, only 839 contracts, but that's 8 times normal. The minimum number for to pass this filter has to be 500 contracts. Guys, box could get interesting here. It's over 28. It's had a nice little bit of a comeback here. The high is 28.41. Okay, guys. Well, the Allison is may get out of it. As I said, I just took a little bit. I wanted to what my plan was. I don't often do this, but my plan was to take a sum and then add if it kept moving. But so I'm just maybe going to exit this. I want to see if I can get back into the 50s, into the 60 50s. If it does, that'll keep me in it for a while. Yeah, it doesn't look like DBGI is going to do it today. I thought maybe it could be the absolute crazy one, but it's not doing it. Okay, guys, I turfed my Allison. I will look at it later on to see whether or not it can get back into the 60-60 or so. I'll put a price alert. There's a couple of topping tails though, so it doesn't look great, but we'll see later on. Boy, this ICCT, yeah, just does not want to really give it up. It's an all-time high, of course. I mean, because it's a fairly new issue, so there's no chart resistance. But as always, it's very, very volatile. I think it's like 4.5 million in the float. And okay, thank you. Well, at least we are great designation today as a Nasdaq stock instead of pink. It is strange because I think the day before yesterday we had it as a Nasdaq stock, and yesterday we had it as a pink. So I don't know really what was going on with that. I mean, I understand. Wow, look at Carvana, guys. Carvana CVNA over $50. And Gomez, Gomez. Yeah, well, yeah, happy for him. I mean, the last two, it's not that they didn't work; they didn't trigger. So they weren't bad. They just didn't trigger. What we're talking about is the free trade of the week, guys. Those of you who are new, and Carvana CVNA was the trade of the week. The suggested entry was 41 something. Well, as you said, though, I mean, it's tough to come up with one stock, as the trade of the week. It's really, really tough. I mean, he selected that one because of again, the show float percent. I'd be maybe watching in MCFT, guys, MCFT, if it does something like this, picks up this high right here, which is around 2141. Okay, it popped up a couple of attempts to get through there. And if it does, it could still be on the little road to recovery. A little disappointed in the Allison. I thought it would maybe have a nice continuation day, but so far, but that's why we have a stop. That's why you get out when the trade isn't working. You can always get back in. Ooh, like ICCT now is halted on the way down. Well, it's funny you say that, real, because when I checked CAMT yesterday, and it was sort of the same, and it didn't matter. CAMT was an all-time high; it just kept moving higher, higher, higher. That LRC just did not matter in that case. But yeah, maybe today, certainly Allison, yes, I can see that. All right, so this JXN, which was a big star yesterday, is now starting to. I don't know if it's just a bunch of profit taking that's happening. I don't see any specific news. Yeah, NAOV recovering at tree level. All right, NAOV, the high was 337. So will it attempt to get close to that? All right, let's see if NAOV can hold three and move from here. There's a high up here. It's 340. Could be a bit of a magnet. Had some news. 200-day moving average is way up here. 449. Another one that's halted for volatility. ADTX. ADTX. Okay. It's interesting. This is a okay, another crazy low float. 176. Let me do a check of another website just to see what they 'Tabs open. Where are you? Yeah, this is a crazy low floater, guys. This is a crazy, crazy low floater. It's about the yeah, it's in the right magnitude. The other site has 190,000, 167,000. Okay. So this is a crazy, crazy low float. ADTF. What is it going to do when it comes out of its halt? You can see right here. Now, again, this is this blue screen you see here. This is Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. There's the halt. You can't see the symbol, but it is ADTX. There's the halt at 1218. There's a projected open. You can see it, again, it's not written in stone, but you can see what's happening on the bid ask 1255. This could be this could be an insane one. Seriously, this could be an insane one because of the float. And where could it, I mean, the next highs and lows probably don't make any difference. All right, guys, NAOV held free. Now, is that right? I mean, I'm seeing this big red candle here, but is that true? All right, NAOV is again trying to hold three really well. Now ADTX, yeah, how many reverse splits did they do? Wow, they're guys, NAOV, all a matter of holding that three level. Shoot. Well, I I got some. I didn't get as many as I wanted, but I got some. This is what I was looking at. When we're talking about NOV, I have to have a 5-minute chart here. So look at the 5-minute chart here. And what it did is it got over three and then it pulled back just underneath three. And I thought, okay, they're going to hold that three level. Got back over three again. And that's when I said, okay, well, how well is it going to hold three? And you got to, got to try it. And then that was an insane pop from 320 to 370, an insane pop. I mean, it still has some room. 430, 440, 441 is the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look here. Anything happening here? It looks like 374 is another high, 370, 414. So between here and four, you would think there is some resistance. So yeah, I've got to trade some out. Dak is probably saying no sell signal yet. Yeah, something happened with this market. That is a massive red bar. All right, ICCT just came out of its halt. Let's see what's happening here now. ICCT came out of its halt. ADTX opened. Okay, what happened with it? Ah, look at that. Now, if and only if. Now it popped up to what? It popped up to 1369. So there was the halt at 1218. If it gets back up to that 1220 mark, I may take some. Oh man, guys, this is ridiculously risky, but let's see. Oh, ICCT coming right back up, guys. Right back up. NAOV coming down. ICC is moving up. On. I shouldn't be looking at this one. I know I shouldn't be looking at it, ADTX. Yeah, it's a spread. There's definitely a spread on the ADTX. It's one of those ones that obviously we don't know what it's going to do. It won't matter if tax on two, three, four, $5. That spread won't matter. Of course, we don't know what it's going to do. Well, I wish I had taped myself or recorded myself a couple of weeks ago, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, when I said, I'm done with these guys. I'm done. Because we were in earnings season and I just didn't care about these crazy little ones. But now they're mesmerizing. The difference is that 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, they didn't have the same follow through. All right, I'm still watching this ICCT just because it had a nice big break earlier up to that over 9. See if there's any interest. Well, as a big, hopefully you guys got out of the NAOV with some decent profit. On is an earnings play. CONN is an earnings play. Actually, it's been pretty good, I guess. I mean, it's up 29%. Okay, let's take a look at NAOV though, with respect to the pullback. And where did it pull back to? Well, NAOV, there's the VWAP at 281, so it did not get quite down there, but maybe three holds it. So here's the SPY guys trying to recover after that whatever happened here, that big red candle. All right, guys, it is now 10:35, so I will go over my home page in a little more detail. And again, if you're new to the room, and I do apologize, I don't know what the sound quality is right now, but hopefully tomorrow it'll be back to normal. It does seem a little bit better. Okay. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you will see. Not that. So you'll be at the top here. And so we do have our Labor Day promotion on right now. So here's a promo code you can use Labor Day, all in caps, 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. So this promo, I don't know how long. Well, the email probably that you guys got, I think it went out to a lot of people. Certainly into September, obviously. When is Labor Day? Usually it'll be so Labor Day is the 4th. So you probably the week that whole week. Anyway, you have time. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do this first to get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos, but you must do it. That's the first thing you have to do. If you are new to trading, we've got a course for you, Trading 101, free, 38 videos. Okay, you don't have to look at them all. But if you're new to trading or looking for maybe a refresher, I think this is an excellent way to start. Daily stock of the day video that I do. This is free. And the trade of the week, which is a huge winner this week. The trade of the week this week was Carvana CDNA. And when you get the email, it'll have a suggested entry, which was about a little over 41, I believe. Okay, so obviously with Carvana at $50, that was a heck of a trade of the week. Education, big education section is right here. Here's our user guide, great user guide. Here's that getting started again. Now, if you want more information, a little more detailed information about what an alert window is or a top list window is, about the stock racing, price alerts, price alerts. You really have to, I mean, it's so simple to do. Okay, if you're not using price alerts, I don't think you're using any software program to its fullest advantage. Okay, or take advantage. Guys, ICCT, I think it looks like it's going to just pop here. Getting started again. There's that getting started. So I take a break between 12 and 1 every day, Eastern time, of course. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So you can head over and listen to Jamie while I take my break. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts up and down. This kind of sets the tone for me for the day. Taking a look at the stocks, it may, keep going once the market opens. And the room, should always point this out. The room, I'm on the mic between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. I'll check with William. He's been keeping the room open after 3 o'clock. Yesterday he had some computer issues, so he couldn't do it. But I'll confirm if he's going to do it today. Here are the scans that you can see. Wow, wow, look at that MCFT. Wow. I know Real mentioned it just a bit ago, and I also mentioned it, over that 2138 mark. Anyway, there is the momentum scan right here. There is the abnormal option activity, which is giving you MCFT right here. The 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns, you cannot see them. On my other monitors, but you can take a look at them. Daily reversals. Haven't seen a good one today, but yesterday gave a couple of like real gems. Haven't seen a good one today yet. And all the daily reversal, it's a stock that was maybe down big today, and now it's up big today. It's reversed. So down big yesterday, up big today, or the reverse, up big yesterday and down big today. So this is all I ask. If you decide, if and when you decide to take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use my go to my homepage and use that code. Okay, the room gets credit. This is a free room. We'd love to keep it that way. The way we keep it that way is every time somebody takes out a subscription using my code and all, my homepage and using my code, again, the room gets credit. The company says, okay, maybe the room is paying for itself. There's obviously a cost for running the room for free. Okay, so that's all I ask. And if you save my homepage, then of course you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and the education section. Okay, so William said he will be able to keep it open today past 3 o'clock when I usually take off. I'll always stay later, for some questions. Your screen is well, that's a long time ago. So yeah, if people look at my screen and they say, "Well, wait a minute, I don't have that symbol on," you're looking. Uh, Most of the time, just do a refresh. Okay, just do a refresh, and that'll get you going. You should be seeing NAOV right now. Well, that's the one I actually took. The NAO. So I had a small loss. Well, Allison's coming back now. Actually, I might have to take a look at it again. Allison is coming back. ALSN. But wow, NAOV. I'm not in it anymore. But what a comeback! Man, what a comeback! Oh, brother. So the two trades I was in, yeah, I had a loss on the ALSN and then this one, but I'm out of NAOD right now. I really am looking at ICCT later. Let's see if it gets into the 820s again. And yes, it is. It is. Jamie today, he just confirmed it. That means he's probably listening to me. I hope you took some of these, Jamie. Tremendous comeback for MCFT. So let's see. In retrospect, DBGI just fizzled away, and this ADTX did kind of the same. So nothing shaking there. My I had an alert set for 1212, or sorry, for 1218, 1220. If it got back over 1220, and it did, but the spread was too crazy. I may have taken it, but it didn't do it. All right, give me a moment, guys. There we go. One more moment. All right, continuing to watch the ICCT to see if it regains 8. I think if it regains 8 and holds for a while, I think it could have a bit of a base to work from. I think it's holding the VWAP. Wait, take a look. Okay, well, it's at the VWAP. Okay, so it's at the VWAP. $8 is the VWAP. Let's see if it powers through that. Well, it's just got to get through that VWAP. That's all it has to do, I think. Get through the VWAP in a big way, get some volume coming in, and get the enthusiasm back. It hit 9:30 earlier. It's somewhat impressive, after having that big halt, and I'm sure people were petrified what was going to happen when it opened. But I guess the news wasn't as bad as it was or could have been. Well, in fact, I guess it wasn't bad news at all, really, not based on what the stock did. Something about all shares weren't converted. Yeah, I'd have to read it again. Something about that. This is it. Updates post business combination share exchange progress and trading halt was halted when it was identified that certain shares did not convert using the post business combination exchange ratio. So somebody's saying, wow, look at DBGI just really tanking now. All right, guys. Let's see. Caravan is still holding 50. Vera Bradley, VRA, looks like it is, yeah, it's still a decent earnings play, very low float, 22 million in the float. Not a lot of resistance. I think I had to go back 2 years. Okay, well, that popped right up on my price alert. I was wanting to take a look at this one, but it came right back down. This is okay, insanely whippy right now. The NAOV, 57 million have traded, relative volume of 8,300%. Does not trade options, zero, no options. Good grief, that was unbelievable. I mean, it went 422 and then it instant pullback to that 370 level. 441. Yeah, I mean, not quite to it. Yeah, as Zach is saying, the 200-day moving average for NAOV is at 441. It got up to 420 something, I think, 424 or so. Meanwhile, I'm sure there are other things happening. Let's see, Dr. MA. Yeah, it looks like that VWAP was a little too tough for ICCT to get through. Boy, Carvana 51 now. There's a $10 move from the alert. Next high looking left. Next high looking left is 53.31. It gets through that. The next high is 57. Still like to see that article that you talked about. Was it you, FinFan Forever, regarding BETR? That Wells Fargo is interested. I nobody can seem to find it. If you got a link, please post it. This NAOV is so intriguing. All right, there it is. Okay, thank you. That was yesterday, the 29th. It seems crazy that that would happen, but all right. Thanks for posting it. Okay, ICCT now back up again. I knew you mentioned it. We just couldn't see the link FinFan Forever. Just wanted to see the link. Not suggesting it wasn't true, but it's just nice to have a bit of a confirmation so I could read it. Okay, guys, ICCT approaching that VWAP again. I mean, that'd be huge news for better. Of course. I mean, that's it seems so crazy that a little pink sheet stock merged, and now this Wells Fargo could be interested in them. It just seems crazy, but guys, I'm watching this like a hawk. This ICCT. There it is. Well, okay, the VWAP has dropped a couple of pennies here. It was at 8. Now it's at 7.97. So it's just, I mean, if it can power through that VWAP, when you say earnings scans in several quarters, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, we have earnings scans. You can pick the time period you want, if that's what you mean. CHSN guys, this was one. Don't say it, Barry. This is the one I was watching yesterday for a 3 break. And look what it did. This is yesterday's action. They got up to 3 and then it closed down here at 240. And guess what? I forgot to put a price alert. Terrible of me not to put a price alert there. Because when we looked left yesterday, look at the room that this had. DHSN, another low choke low float China stock. Example, show me earnings recent $1.05. Don't know what you mean by that again. I mean, you can establish a calendar. We have a calendar that you can look at past. I don't think low choke. Based on what you're asking, I'm not sure we do, but all we do is we just show when earnings are. Okay, we have an earnings calendar. I like to concentrate on the ones that released the day before, after hours, and this morning before the market opens. Those are my earnings plays. So other than that, there's not much more I think that you can do. So Dell had again a recovery. Like a lot of these stocks that look pretty bleak in the pre-market on earnings, but a lot of them just recovered nicely. I haven't even looked at AMBA lately. I don't know what AMBA is doing. Oh, I see. Yeah, can't do that, John. And the fact is, good earnings versus bad earnings, pretty subjective. Now, if you're talking about a reaction to earnings being positive, so big gaps, things like that, this is I've got ICCT and NAOV side by side. They're very not the price, of course, but they're kind of similar. And will which one is if either one is going to pop through all this? Yeah, so in that specific, no. I mean, obviously, what I would do, I mean, if I were so into earnings, I would, watch companies like Dell, okay, as an example. So the reaction to Dell, not good, okay, right now. But if Dell had a positive reaction, maybe you put it in a watch list, right? As an example, and start following it for a few days after. But that would be on a case by case basis, of course. And so it's easy enough to know the stocks that have earnings today or after hours yesterday. Very easy to do that. You have an earnings date column, and for instance, there's MCFT. When it says 0.25, that means they released earnings before the market opened today. And if it said minus 0.25, let's see if I can find one. So for instance, right there, HPQ, they released earnings after hours yesterday. That's what the minus 0.25. So, obviously in earnings season, we have a ton of companies that release earnings. So it would be a matter of, I guess, just clicking on the ones that you kind of liked, maybe a price range that you like, and then seeing what they do, the reaction to it to earnings. And then if you like the reaction, and then start following them, over the next day, 2, 3, 4 days, see if there's any continuation. There's Tio, guys. You guys were talking about Tio also. So Tio in the pre-market, 1.2. So this is actually an earnings play. This is not a low float, 94 million in the float. It's quite the game at the VWAP, guys, for ICCT. Can't lose sight of it. Will not lose sight of it. 797, the VWAP, you can see, I mean, it's just struggling to get through, but it's yeah, until you can go to a Wells Fargo, website or something to see, I mean, you're right, it's probably a bunch of nonsense, excuse me. Well, I think fundamentals are fine for, swing trading. I mean, obviously, but for intraday trading, fundamentals don't mean squat. I mean, the only I mean, you call it fundamentals. The only interesting thing is, is there news? And okay, does the news look sort of interesting so that it can maintain enthusiasm throughout the day? That's the only reason I look at any news. And even that is subjective. I mean, what I think is good news may not, may in fact, the market may not think the same thing. So, but you just play what you see and see, meaning the chart. Ugh. Well, it was awesome for a bit. CHSN, incredible. I mean, it took out that high right there. Believe me, if I'd seen this, I would have been in it. Well, we're talking, okay, Walt Barn. I mean, fundies don't mean squat unless they show the stock is safe to trade. We're talking intraday trading, okay? Where the fundamentals don't. You can look at AMC. Fundamentally, this is one of the worst stocks out there. AMC is having a bit of a pop. So if I wanted to, I could say, okay, I mean, this pop from $11 to $12. If I had been so inclined, I could have taken this, around the $11 level, held on to see what would happen. AMC fundamentally is a terrible stock, terrible. But intraday, can give you a trade. So that's what I mean. Okay. Yeah, I mean, here's another one. This Patterson, yeah, PBCO, another one that came roaring back, $28, 31.60 now. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I don't know if that NAOV is completely done. All we can say about it right now is that we've got a series of topping tails and bottoming tails, so kind of direction unknown. But the fact that it's up 159%, you would think that there's going to be just a ton of, like a lot more profit taking happening. So it's going to be tough to get this higher, but you never know. Yeah, I mean, it could be one of those that, later on in the day, say 1:30ish Eastern time, they sort of get a second wind. I mean, I'm going to say this: ICCT will not be at 770 at the end of the day. Okay, here 760. I'm not saying it's going higher, but it's not going to stay here for the rest of the day. I'm not trying to, if anybody's in AMC right now, I mean, it's a great bounce, tremendous bounce, but let's put it in perspective as the $1.21 stock. They did the 1 for 10 reverse split. So this is a dollar 21. This is a $1.21 really before the split. So I'm not trying to, but let's see. Let's take a look. As a trade, the next high is 1235. So if they did a 1 for 10 split, can't it go to one again? You mean like really one, like from $12? Sure. Go to zero. Not sure quite understand the question. All right, guys. Let's see what time is it now? 11:16. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Jamie will be taking over for me. So things have settled down a little bit here. Just kind of watching some of the crazy ones, the ADTX, the ICCT, and the NAOV, just watching to see if they have any kind of spark in them. I think the DBGI is just dead. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you look at some of these charts and you say, my goodness, was that stock really at $10,000? No, it did a bunch of reverse splits. And so the chart has to reflect that. EVRG, guys. EVRG. Here's another one. Underneath the whole number, 55, 54.97 right now. Good volume, 8 times normal volume. I don't see any specific reason for it. I don't see, it's not an earnings. It had earnings on the 4th, August the 4th. The next low looking left on the weekly chart, 54.12. So it's got a little bit of room. Not a ton of room, percentage wise, though. So I'll probably take a pass on it. And we have a halt here, guys. IVP. I'm sorry, it resumed. Actually, this looks like, okay, this is an IPO today, guys, making its NASDAQ. So CASA or CAM, what do you guys? I didn't have this one as an IPO. How many shares, I wonder? 6.4 million. Let's see if it has it here. Right now, though, doesn't look that promising. Okay, 1.6 million at 4. So it's underneath, it's just a little bit underneath the 4. So it's 1.6 million shares issued. The potential was to have an IPO at a public offering price of $4. Okay. So when we talk about a stock that is got some excitement, the IPO was at 4. So what you'd like to see is something that it maybe opening at 6 or 7, lots of volume coming in, but not yet on this one anyway. Zito. Ooh, got room too. $25. So it's got about $1. This is actually an earnings play. Is ZTO? Is that TO? Is an earnings play? Released earnings after hours yesterday. They got down. No, sorry, they got down a little bit after hours, and then this is the pre-market, that yellowish area. But another one is trying to recover. Okay, guys, I'm in the Zito. Now, the Zito for me, oh, real is going to scream at me though. It looks like it's the top of a channel. All right, guys. So again, I'm broken record, but excuse me. I'm just going to keep an eye on the ICCT to see if it really breaks through that VWAP. It's over 8. to the 8, maybe even up here to 820 or so, clearing it in a big way. Like it's trying to do it right now. But look at it. I mean, it's just teasing at that VWAP. There's been a couple of attempts that got up to about 813 or so. I'm looking at my 15-minute chart here. Some topping tails. I guarantee that people, there's people who look at this VWAP and every time it breaks it, they probably say, "Great, get in," and then the volume is decreasing. Also, the volume is. I mean, you need like to see more volume coming in. All right. Well, while I'm waiting for this ICCT to see if it really, like, really pops through. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:25. So a little over half an hour. I'll be taking my break. All right, guys. All right. I can't tell you what to do, but let's see if that worked. If this is going to work now. I popped through that VWAP in a fairly big way. I'm talking about the ICCT. Let's see if it can challenge this high up here around 9 in any sort of fashion. And the volume came in a little bit. There's a little bit of a volume boost here. Come on. Yes. Okay, took some off, guys. Love this volume just explode though, just explode. Get up like one of these volume bars here. All right. Well, in the meanwhile, you guys, some of you are playing this PDCO. Another great recovery. I've mentioned this, I know, a few times. AMBA, PDCO, the MCFT. A lot of great recoveries. Actually, what is Bit? Wow, Bitcoin would have been down today after the big run yesterday. So, whoa! I looked at this one earlier as a short. There are lots of shorts available. Yeah, remember I was talking about this one. It had the big pop yesterday, and then it looks like I don't know if it's just profit taking or whatever, but I just kind of lost sight of it. This is the JXN. Yeah, AEON is showing up here on my momentum scan. Ooh, it's got some room, I think. No, no room. Well, now room, but it is, boy, another low floater. The next high looking left is 677. That's for the AEON, but the high right there is 585. So it's kind of, right around that area. All right, guys, I'm all out of the ICCT. It's a, watch it again. Maybe it takes over out 850. I might get back in. The Wild West of trading right now. Okay, EBS is having a bit of a surge. Maybe no, okay, forget it. It's just showing up on the daily reversal scan. So it was down yesterday, it's up today. Let's take a look at where it could go. 460, yeah, to me, it just doesn't have enough room. I mean, maybe. I mean, 461 is the next high. So from 431, if it got to 461, that'd be a great trade. But we don't know what's going to do that. So I need more room. I need more room for it to move. Oof, ICCT is getting frisky again. William, what did you say you were going to do with the JXM? You were going to take it at some point if it got down to what level? The low yesterday was $37, 37.78. So you're getting why 37.78? There's got to be a reason. It's a very exact number. Let's take a look at yesterday. Ugh, that is not a good IPO so far. It's not inspiring. IVP, Inspire Veterinary Partners, not inspired yet. ICCT is just a anyway, I've been focusing on it probably too much, but gave me a nice trade, so not going to complain. All right, MMLP. What is this one doing? MMLP, Martin Midstream Partners. Yeah, looks to me like a ton of resistance between here and three. Speaking of that KMT, guys, this is the one that, I mean, look how beautiful that was yesterday, all day. That's what I was kind of hoping the Allison might do today. The KMT, this was an all time high now again. It's at yesterday's high, but look what it did yesterday. I mean, it just kept moving higher and higher, a little pause there. And only really at 345 was there a little sell off, but just a beautiful, beautiful move. $52 up to 59. I mean, can't get too much better than that. Did the room crash? Did the room crash? Hopefully not. Why do you say that, Chang? I had a delay in opening the room this morning. I had some sound issues, but and I think I still have some sound issues. I don't think my sound is 100%. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Well, look at NAOV, guys, coming back, maybe. Keep an eye on the NAOV again, guys. I mean, it might, if it pops through 4 in a big way, it could do it again. Look at a big, huge bottoming tail all the way back almost to 3, though. So you got to be careful, obviously. It's yeah. I mean, IVP. Where are they out of? Are they out of the States? I think they are, aren't they? Yeah. So they're U.S. small animal general practice hospitals. Okay. All right, guys, 1:48. So it is getting close to my break. Jamie will be taking over in about 12 minutes from now. Things will slow down quite a bit now for me. I am not in anything right now. Not in the Zito either. Got out of the Zito. Just not Just not dynamic enough. American airline. Wow, really? Let's take a look at AAL. Wow. What a move on that CHSN. Not shortable. No, not shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. I think PVH is an earnings play also, guys. Things have slowed down quite a bit now. PVH is an earnings play, August 29th, market. Yeah, so after hours. And where could it go? 3419. Okay, while I'm waiting for Jamie, I just want to take a quick look to see what the market scope is looking like. That's the version we've got going. Now the problem is I can't have this up and right. Wow, look at Zito. Maybe I shouldn't have got out of Zito, ZTO. Let me just take a look at. Now the problem is I can only be in one at a time. Okay, so this is our new website, guys. So this is pretty good if you don't want to create any of your own scans at all. This is a heat map showing you the stocks that are there's the ICCT right at the top here, showing the most active stocks percentage wise. Biggest gainers is a scroll, biggest losers is a scroll. So you just click on the symbol and we got a little intraday chart here. Now I'm on a 5 and a day because I chose in the preferences in the settings, you can choose whether or not you want to kind of display the modes for the charts are either day trading, swing trading, or investing. So day trading would have an intraday chart. Swing trading would have probably a daily chart, is what I mean. Yeah. So if I choose trading, I'm going to automatically see a 5 minute chart. Of course, I can change it right here if I want to. I can change to a 15-minute chart. I can change whatever I want. And you've got some top lists that you can kind of drag. You can take a top list and drag it in here. So this is a top list volume radar. So again, this is really good if you don't want to create your own scans. We've got all these are developed for you. And this is part of basically the standard service. I mean, you can use this on its own. But you still have access to the standard service. If you want to create your own scans, you can. And you can still zoom in and out of the charts. The charts are very, very snappy in this version. Very snappy. Click and go, right? Like they're supposed to be. And on the alerts, You just basically just drag the icon in here, and then these will start to load. So let's take a look at now. They're loading pretty quickly. Let's take a look at deer. John Deere, of course, big. What I would do, of course, is have this maybe on a full screen so you can see everything. So this little chart here gives you at a glance the daily chart. You can select weekly if you want, or the monthly. Probably you'd leave it on daily if you're looking at a 5-minute chart intraday, and then you kind of make up your mind. Do you want to trade it or not? Tells you how many shares. You might want to have a higher relative volume, but that'll be up to you. But it's a great intro, I think, because a lot of you don't want to create your own scans, and so this is what we're doing for you. And I'm sure that down the road there'll be more and more, though not too many. We don't want to overwhelm people, with too many options. There's a stock racing. There's the AMC guys. Yeah, I mean the AMC's had a tremendous run. I mean, no kidding, a tremendous run. And ICCT guys is still hanging around, hanging around. It's not wanting to really give it up. This could be very interesting later in the day. Just need some volume to pick up again. Yeah, let me see if I log out, sign out, and then I have to sign back in. Wondering if down the road they're going to allow you to have both. I think it just takes time. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, there's Jamie. I hear a little pop. Give me a moment, James, until first of all, let them know that I'll be taking a break. Okay, guys, I think Jamie is in the YouTube room now. So let me just put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Jamie while I take my break. Okay, muting myself in the main room. And Jamie, I am assuming you were there. Don't hear him. Hmm. No, I can't hear. Okay, can you guys hear Jamie? You guys in YouTube, I can't hear him for some reason. But if you can hear him, that's fine. Maybe somebody can. Chang, David, Bob, Peter, can you guys hear Jamie? Okay, you can't hear him. Okay. I will not leave until we can hear Jamie. Well, I may not be able to go then if Jamie can't, or I'll take a very short break. Okay, guys, I think if Jamie cannot get rolling, I'll have
Okay,
to.
okay. How
Oh,
about
there he
now?
is. There he is. That
Barry,
was-
for some reason I skipped over the add stream button. So I
ah,
was all
okay.
sharing my screen and talking, but for some reason I forgot to click add stream. So my
Okay,
fault there.
cool. Now let's make sure they can hear you because somebody said they can't hear you, but let's make sure they can hear you now. I'm sure they can, but okay, Greg says they can. All right, Jamie, I'll let you go and I'll see you in about an hour.
Very good, sir. Enjoy.
I will.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to my desktop. I'll be your host for the next hour while Barry takes his well-deserved break. And this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you're new, welcome. If you're one of the regulars, hello, everyone. So no pre-planned script here, just shop talk and answering questions about the software, or if you guys would like me to use my rudimentary technical abilities to look at some charts, we can do that as well. So here we are. It's August 30th. And September is upon us. We got the holiday weekend coming up, and then boom, I think we're going to see, well, I hope we're going to see a much more active market after Labor Day. So we'll see. That's usually the way it works. This week's been kind of odd to say the least. If we just kind of take a look at the big boy here, the SPY. Here we are. Today's Wednesday, Tuesday. Monday seemed pretty lackluster and boring, and then boom, I don't think anybody was expecting such a large bounce there, but that's what happened yesterday and continued upside today. Looks like we're getting a little tired up here as we come into this area here, which could potentially throw a little water on the upside rally. But it's going to be very interesting, this area up here, once the holiday weekend is over. Okay, glad everybody can hear. Well, you're welcome, Iris. And Luca, I see your question there asking about CDLX. Well, let's just take a gander here. All right, so nice little bullish activity here as we broke through, chewed on it yesterday, couldn't quite get the close. We're getting a push above it right now. So you're talking about short, Luca. So let's just take a little zoomed out view here. I mean, look at this kind of rounded bottom that it's putting in on the weekly, and it's starting to get a little bit of traction up here. So this doesn't look very bearish to me, right? It's it's firming up, and if we get a nice close above this level here today, we could have some sideways action, or we could get another little push up to because look what it's doing here on the weekly. That's also a very bullish sign. So if CDLX gets some legs, well, then this area right here could be its new home for a while. But this is definitely where the next area of supply might be. Now, keep in mind, these are weekly candles, so that might take a while. But what we're seeing right here is definitely bullish. Assuming we get a close above here, personally, I wouldn't really have any interest in trying to short CDLX at this point. So if you're already short, I would just be in, risk management mode. Yep, that would be the, that's going to be the test on the intraday here. We went up here and flirted. Let's see, what was the high there? 1604. Took a little pullback right to the 20 period here on the 5, kind of sandwiched between the 10 and the 5 currently. And if we look at the 15, never even really made it back down. I'll tell you what, let me get my pen here. I know you guys probably can't see my cursor too well sometimes. But a lot of the times if stocks are going to take a pullback, the ones that are in some nice upward momentum, we can use this 10 period here that you see right here, the green line, um, as a potential bounce spot. Didn't even quite make it down there. So staying pretty strong thus far on the intraday as well. Oh, Trader 77. Yes, that thing went nuts yesterday. Uh-huh. GSAT, asking about GSAT. And this one can be a little sleepy. It's always one that I just keep up in the corner in case I see some activity. Yesterday, got a big gap up. Got this pullback right to the, that's weird. Well, that's an odd candle right there, isn't it? Yesterday. Don't know where the body is. But a pullback right to that 200-day. And if we check out yesterday's action right here, gap up, boom here. There we go. Well, no, we still don't have that other day in there. But some nice downward action. And then another gap up today and just kind of hem hawing around. But this thing definitely had a nice move from the 150 level all the way down to a buck 35 today. So that's a big percentage move as the players, whoever they may be, step back into GSAT. So yeah, that was a fun one yesterday. Now it wasn't earnings related. You can see here they reported August 3rd. Something about it was just a bunch of news. I forgot what it was exactly. Some licensing, some CEO. Jacobs is CEO, former Qualcomm exec. Okay. So just some news and some managerial shifts and some product news coming out on GSET yesterday, giving it the juice that it needed to break out of its tiny little range that it was in. Hello, Tank. Steve likes the A table for short squeeze long, but can you use short interest and score for short plays? Well, the score is really, the scoring system is kind of like the grade system, right? That's the A table, right? 90 and better. B would be 80-ish, C 70-ish. So you could use the score as a potential metric for finding weak stocks. And of course, weak stocks are exactly that. Now, as far as short interest for finding shortable stocks, that kind of goes against the grain of how we're all kind of programmed. Um, what was Steve talking about the other day? Let me see if I can See this real quick here. There was a stock that he was talking about with a large short float, but I can't remember the symbol. In any case, let's do a little experiment here. So all I'm going to do is just bring up a new top list here and tell you what, let's dial it in a little bit here. Average daily volume. Eh, don't even really need that. Get rid of a few of these just so there's no clutter. Okay, so now we just got a top list. And all we're going to do is take a gander at some of the higher short floats. Okay, edible. Edible garden. A float of only 2.2 million. And according to the short float here, 47% is short. So will this one have more downside room just because it's highly shorted? Or is it more coiled up to, you know, perhaps get squeezed if the buying comes into it? And of course, we have to consult where it is, you know, on the longer term charts. Um, this one's certainly been higher than it is now on that one spike day, whatever that was earnings, obviously. And now it's right back down, and it just doesn't look too healthy. I mean, this looks like one of the Dawn of the Dead stocks, when these things come back to life and take little pops. Um, so, you know, I could see how somebody would say it's heavily shorted, it's doomed, it's going to go down, or the exact opposite. It's heavily shorted, so if buying does come into it, it could be exacerbated, normal buying plus buying to cover. Um, so it's really just going to be, there's no right or wrong answer, all right? But the short float is definitely a cool metric, and the way Steve has his designed is for finding the long plays. But I tell you what, let's pull up the A table. It's been a while since I looked at this one. Come on, Cloud, you can do it. All right. So I believe this is the original form of the A table. GES, 27 million shares in the float, and about 30% of the shares shorted. This one's definitely been getting some upside action as of late. All right, so 400,000 on the daily. It's got to have 85 and a short float of at least 10%. So let's just do the old flipperooski and see what happens here. Obviously, we can't flip volume. Notice it didn't really flip the composite rating. So we wanted a poor score there. Okay. All right. So if we just said, you know what, it's got to be really horrible on the score. Still is 10% short float. How does that change things up? Well, apparently there aren't any that are that good. I mean, that are that horrible. So we'll just say a max of 75. Now we're going to get something to look at. Okay. Which makes me think we still have a little room here. So let's just keep taking it down. Let's get into the D, students. Okay. Now we've got B, we've got brush here to look at. Certainly doesn't look rosy for BRSH, brush oral care. Composite rating of 43 and a short float of 85.9%. Wow. And, check out the float here. This is not only a low float, this is what we'd probably refer to as a micro float. 87, 88,000, that's a K, shares, thousands. So a micro float, highly shorted. Wouldn't be rushing in to buy this one, certainly. Probably can't even short it. I don't know. Okay, so let's just sort. And this is a good lesson in trading in general because trading, you've probably heard a lot of people say this, it's subjective. You know, I might look at one pattern, show you the same pattern. You might think it's a great long. I might think it's a great short. It all depends on time frame, things of that nature. Um, but this is definitely kind of interesting, I must say. You got horrible technical scores based on the score, which is partially technical, partially fundamental. And you've got stocks showing up with significant short floats. So you could easily be of the mindset, well, weak things tend to stay weak and go down, and the exact opposite for the other side. So, Tank, that's kind of my, take on that. You know, um, it's kind of like when people use new highs to find daily opening range breaks through that high. Then sometimes we look at new highs if they're at certain levels for fades or shorts. It's all about knowing, you know, once again, timing. Timing is everything, not only in trading, but just about every other aspect of life that you go through. Timing, timing, timing. Hey, Leanne. Well, the question from Tank was, you know, Steve Gomez is the author of the A table, which looks at stocks with high short floats, but also with high uh, score values of 85 or better. The question from Mr. Tank was, well, what if we inverted that and looked for short plays? To which I said, well, it is possible. We'd want to find things with really low scores, meaning they're weak from a technical perspective, and then see what their short float is. Just because something is beaten down, has a high short float, doesn't mean it's going to go ripping. You have to have buying come into that name for one reason or another. News, earnings, contracts, CEO shakeups, so forth and so on, or something that the market does perceive as positive news, kind of like the GSAT deal yesterday. But it does bring up some very interesting plays if you are looking for shorts. These are weak stocks that could have more weakness. So just like any other list, we would just kind of take a gander at the dailies, and we think something looks good. Risk is clearly defined here, on a lot of these. Just a little flat range. Of course, don't know if you guys are into 12-cent stocks there, but Lucid, you know, all the, and this is electric vehicles, yeah. Of course, it's been a bloodbath in a lot of these electric vehicles. But hey, even a beat down stock has its little runs, 1, 2, 3, 4, getting above the 10, coming into the 20 period here with the 50 period looming. So, if you get a weak close today, maybe this is where Lucid stops. Maybe it might be good for a short on a swing trade with risk clearly being defined up here. Yeah, but you never know until you kind of do some exploring, Tank. Oh yeah, let's talk about the perils of holding things overnight. Here's a little story about how news works out sometimes, right? So let's say you're trading Monday, Tuesday, and you hear somebody that you know is an OTLK because they heard that overnight they might get some kind of drug approval. So you get a little bit Monday and you hold it overnight and you get a little push on Tuesday and you're thinking, man, this is going to be good. I'm already up nicely. It looks like it's going to hold up. And then you wake up this morning and they took it out and murdered it, right? So you're whistling happy tunes here. You're in it from a buck and change. It's up to a buck 40. It's looking good. And then boom, 20 cents, right? So I just recall a friend of mine uh, telling me this, and I'm like, well, good luck with that. It's really not what I do. I don't buy things and hope for things overnight. It doesn't make any sense to me, especially low dollar biotech stocks. So just keep that in mind. When we're trading bigger liquid names, sure. In my IRA, I like to do the longer term trades, but they're liquid stocks. I'm not taking home crazy $1, $2, even any biotechs. I mean, I've never really been that type of player, but just let this serve as a warning about news plays and low dollar stocks, right? They can wake up. What is that? 5, 6, 7. What did we close at yesterday? Or did this? I don't know if this might have been I don't know. Was it a split? Nope. 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 Craters 83% on FDA setback. So see, the news, the rumor, I should say, was, oh, they're going to get expedited approval, but the exact opposite was true. So just remember, we like to trade and base our decisions on metrics that we use our windows to find and charts. We don't just go, you know what, I'm going to take a chance on this one and just buy and hold it overnight. Okay, I'm getting a little message here that says we're having trouble streaming your destination. Can someone give me a heads up and let me know if you can still see and hear? Anyone? Bueller? Okay, Lucas, so you can still see and hear? Okay, no worries. Then I will just remove the warning signal and we will continue. All right. I heard Barry talking about ICCT earlier. Just saw it coming through my unusual number of prints here. And usually when you get these high numbers of prints, it's kind of a capitulation. And of course, ICCT has been kind of grinding down here a little bit, but looks very similar to some of the patterns we were just looking at here. Sleepy, pretty much, you know, all wrapped up. And then boom, one day comes along. Of course, that's a weekly candle. But back here on the 28th, came to life and has been booming ever since. All right. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Larry. All righty here. So let's check in on speaking of the dawn of the dead, let's check in on the top 10 winners today. That's not it. Top 10 winners. All right, and these have been running since the open. I was had my wits about me and pinned them before we started. Nothing really going on with Harp. BBAI, nothing really special there. A nice little grind up on PIII, but nothing to write home about. Nothing on SMSI. Yeah, the smaller dollar stocks, with the exception of a few here and there, we haven't been seeing the big runners on the open. Continuations, they come and go, but not really any large winners out of Dawn of the Dead today. Let's check in on positive change from open. Now, not bad action on this little guy right here. Plenty of time to react. You get that opening range break around 265. Whew, not a bad play or not a bad profit area up there. And we can see right here playing this break, you had a pretty small risk area. Just kind of eyeballing that range right there. Typically, it's the previous 15 minutes, which would have been really tight, but for practicality, 264 down to 252, risking maybe a dime, which it never even acted like it was going to go and stop us out here. A dime to make over a dollar, so not bad risk to reward in CHSN today. What's the float on that one? Small float, 3.75. Of course, China getting some flux lately. Float's almost flipped over today. Not a bad run up on the open. Some crazy action here, but probably wouldn't have been my cup of tea. Tiger taking a nice run. Not really any good opportunities. The discernible entries there. So these have been kind of dry here lately. Looks like some kind of buyout or something. Not liquid enough. Eh. And not really anything definable there. So one good play coming out of my two favorite races today. But we are in the final days. Oh, good Lord, what just happened to this guy? This thing never moves that much. This is the ETF for all the pot stocks, right? I mean, this thing never has this kind of move. So I wonder what in the world is going on. Interesting. Of course, I've never taken the time to examine what components are in this ETF, but something something that the market perceives as really good. Let's see what this article says here. Truist Financial Corp boost stake in ETF MG Alternative Harvest. Okay, so the fund owned 30,718 shares of this ETF. Yeah, but that's not really a whole lot of money there. Hmm. Okay. Well, if anything, it's going to shake this thing up a little bit and make it, you know, volatile, make it move. 5 million shares kicked out thus far today. Don't have any float data on this one because it is an ETF, but Wow. I thought I was seeing things on that guy. And look at what we got over here on the weekly. But wow, that's I mean, it got frisky way back here in 2022, but really since I've been kind of keeping my eyes on it, never seen it do this before. But talk about your textbook breakout. I mean, come on. 294 up to 350. So, with the potential to capture 20, 30, 40, 50 cents on an intraday trade on MJ, I would have been like, you're crazy. Well, not anymore. Oh, and little Tilray. Yeah. I was like, okay, well, if that's a moving, then Tilray's a moving. And I remember looking at Tilray this morning going, this thing's, not going to waste my time. Tilray's range bound. And, these things always catch by surprise. Interesting. And yeah, I'm a little disappointed I wasn't in these guys, but how would I have known, right? By the time the news came out, I'm sure it was probably, by the time you saw this happening, you're like, what's going on? But the bottom line is, this is going to make for some really good trading opportunity either at the close today in the last couple of hours, uh, but certainly for the rest of the week. So, yeah, missed out on the big upside right now. But the good news is it's going to just churn everything up and get them moving again. And then whether it's upside or downside action, that's what we like. Yep, Christine. I was just looking at some internal chatter here on one of our threads, and everybody's like, what's going on with the pot stocks? Well, you know, the long term holders of all of the weed stocks have been severely punished. So at least they're getting a little bit of sunshine thrown on them. And whether it's a continued, hey, is this marking the recovery and the bounce of some of these bigger names in the pot space? Could be. Tilray. I remember when Tilray first IPO'd. Let's just take a little trip back in the time machine here. I remember boom, 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 up to what, 300 and change, right? And of course, now residing at, you know, divide by 100, and that's how we get three or close to it. So they took it down. Might be time to take it back up now. And of course, a lot's happened with Tilray since let's see, back here is where they said, okay, we're going to have to raise a little capital, right? Of course, what always happens the next day, the stock suffers, languished around for a while here, and then didn't just creep up and break this level over here, but it gapped up and then it's been marching up ever since, reclaim this area over here. And now, with this positive news, this is the next level of interest, right? Have to march on up here. Hey, might do it today. I would be extremely surprised and shocked if it did. Um, but unless things revert to where they were, we get a close in this range right here. We're probably going to go spin a few days sideways, figuring out if this is going to act as support, whereas right here was acting as resistance. But I'd say, we could even define some smaller channels here. Really need to close above that 280-ish level before we can even attempt to go and pick at this level here. But definitely looking better for the bulls as far as the pot stocks and ETFs and Tilray. Cannabis advisors, MSauce. NVIDIA. Yeah, and of course, NVIDIA has been like crazy as of late. Earnings not too long ago, trying to come up here and attack that level and see where she goes. If we zoom out a little bit, I mean, here we got the weekly on NVIDIA. I mean, if that's not the definition of a strong stock, I don't know what is. And I'm not absolutely certain on this, but I mean, we all know who NVIDIA is and what they do. They've been in that space for an extremely long time. Seems like GPUs, graphical processing units, just keep finding new and newer and newer tech to that they can do faster than processors, which is more than likely the reason NVIDIA is doing so well. At first, it was Bitcoin mining back in the olden times when Bitcoin first came on the scene in 2009. You used your processor to perform all the hashing and the cryptography to mine Bitcoin. Then some super smart dudes go, you know what? GPUs are much better at hashing than processors. And then everybody went to GPUs for mining Bitcoin. And then that ushered in the next level, which was okay, well, the only way we can get better than GPUs for hashing is to create a custom chip that's designed specifically for that task. And then that was when, everything went custom chips and everybody's like, well, the GPU mining phase is over. Wonder what's going to happen to NVIDIA. But now all these larger companies like Tesla using arrays of GPUs to power their, for lack of a better term, AI, their computers, um, for all kinds of different purposes, right? So GPUs are being used to make AI clusters. The uses for those chips are still, there's still a multitude of them. So until some groundbreaking technology really shakes it up, I would think that they got a hot product for a good while now. But yes, and the official high would be 502.66. Okay, how we doing on the time here? All right, it's just 37 minutes into the hour. I heard Barry talking about our new web product, so I just want to once again kind of show this off a little bit because this is all web based. You know, those of you who attend on the regulars know that we've been refining our tech and doing a lot of server upgrades and moving of things. And now that that's all behind us, we can focus on developing the new web based product, which is let's just click on some of these charts here. I mean, just lightning fast on the charts. Of course, I'm on the market scope, just like what Barry was looking at earlier. But we can click on any of these, biggest losers, biggest gainers, charts right here. Um, click over here. We can go to the stock race dashboard. Let's give it a minute to populate there. And of course, if you are a TI subscriber, you would want to make sure that you're logged in here. Stock Race Central. And as Barry was showing, the cool thing about this is you see a stock race up here that you like. All we have to do is drag it and drop it in here. And boom, that stock race is now active. Just with a simple drag and drop. Of course, you want to go get the old school stuff working. Here's the top list. Same drag and drop functionality, quick and easy. And then yield alert windows. And this also looks really good on a phone or a tablet. And eventually all of the functionality that resides in the downloadable client will eventually make its way to the web-based client. That'll be good, especially when you're on the move, but especially for our friends that use Macs. So I'm trying to work this more and more and get more used to the web-based version, start doing everything I can with the web-based. And I would urge you guys to do the same thing. Luca, do I ever get calls for narrating books? No, no, I do not. Had never even crossed my mind. You know, everybody thinks they sound weird. Like if I listen to a recording of my voice, I'm like, yeah, I sound weird. I guess that's just human nature. Um, but thank you, Luca. I'll take that as a compliment. Okay, ICCT on the move again. Pushing, took its little pull back here, and now pushing back up through the 8 level. Will it get to new highs today? We will find out. Speaking of narrated books, past few years I haven't had a whole lot of time, but I do love to listen to me some unabridged audiobooks. And I've listened to a lot of great narrators. Want one recommendation with really great narration? Watch or not watch, but listen to Keith Richards' autobiography. I think it's called Life. If you're into the Stones, rock and roll and old school rock and roll in general, it is a great listen. Okay, in the meantime, the market, other than the strange things like the pot sector, maybe ICCT, we're just kind of sleepy here. Not doing any volume. Probably will remain that way till XXII. Okay, I am short this one with a stop in right here. Forgot about this little guy. Now, why did I choose to put a short on at 158? Well, because just like Barry, I love it when weak stocks break to all-time lows. Now, when I saw XXII coming through earlier in the day, as was busting this little 160, 159, 158 level, this caught my eye, right? When I see a blank there, because this is my next new high or low, telling me just identifying the next level of what could be short-term support or resistance on the long side. When I see the blank, you can bet your bottom dollar I'm going to take a closer look, right? And that's what got my attention this morning with double X double I hitting a low, meaning a blank here. It's in the hole. It's circling drain. When we look to the left here, what do we see? Nothing. Okay, let's confirm that. When we look to the left on the weekly, what do we see here? Nothing. All right, so this thing's doesn't mean it's going to free fall, but so far it ain't looking too good. And I'm in the money with a tight stop by, 5, 6 cents on a nice little amount. So we'll see where the day takes us. Looking good so far. But the mechanics of this trade were pretty darn simple. Now, I didn't catch it up here because I was busy looking at other things, but that would have been really nice there. So we got the first break here at 165 is the opening range. Breaks, goes down here, goes sideways again, then pops it again. So I'm in the second move. Wish I would have been in the first move, but I wonder Yeah, it was popping all-time lows at that level too, but you know, it has potential. And let's check in on the volume. Okay, it's doing some healthy 5-minute volume still. It's a small float, 20 million. It's only traded not even 600,000 shares today, and not even one on the relative scale, but that's okay. And it's stretching its legs as we speak yet again. So hopefully, maybe we'll get a little breach below that 50 level and cruise on down to the 40s. To be continued. Now, MJ. All right. That's what I was thinking, right? This thing is going to probably take a pullback because ETFs just don't go up, up, and away. That's a pretty healthy pullback. 350 back down to, I mean, a 30 cent, a 10 minute 30-cent move in MJ. I mean, that's what you want. And I probably trade MJ at least once or twice a day. Um, it's a weird little ETF, but if you know what to look for, you can hit it all day for a couple of pennies here, a couple of pennies there. But today it is acting completely different. Are we making improvements to pattern recognizing? I guess that really depends on what you're specifically referencing there, Tank. Um, because all the old school, like I caught some of this with Barry yesterday. He's like, I don't really look for the cup and handles or the bull flag, the bear flag. I'm just a rudimentary chart guy, and I look to the left and I see, is there any room, right? To the downside, to the upside, and that's pretty much the way I am. But when it comes to all the old school, you know, cup and handle, bull, bear flags, if that's what you mean by pattern recognition, I don't know, because those things are a little tricky. They might look exactly the same, but some of the metrics might be slightly different depending on several factors like the price of the stock, things of that nature. Okay, and we've got Spy wanting to join the party here as well. And it's saying new high, and I guess barely. I mean, what was the previous high here? 45162. Yeah, so we cracked it by 5 whole cents there and kind of pulled back, but nice little wedge action shaping up in the SPY here on the 15 minute. Which, hey, I was kind of joking around earlier and go, we might go take a crack at this level before the close, and the way this is looking right now, it might happen. Just kind of wedging up there. Give me 1 second, ladies and gents. Okay. All right, the old TLT kind of coiling up, wedging up as well. Not really a whole lot of action in that one today. If you do like to trade the bonds, this is probably a better trading vehicle for you. It's the 3X bull based around the 20-year treasury. Finally getting a little bit of strength here. We were swirly, swirly, swirly. Gap up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of tight consolidation might get the bonds pumping again. And the earnings are still here. There's just, not very much of them here lately. Not a bad little up move on SCVL. The old Shoe Carnival having earnings yesterday. NSSC up, but it's kind of not my cup of tea as far as the action goes there. Heard Barry talking about Pidco earlier. This one just kind of flopping around. It's got some makeup to do. MCFT, they loved it off the open, but once again, coming from a nice gap down there. A lot of coverage on some of these down gaps today. Con earnings today before the bell. And Raw, I saw this one earlier. Couldn't quite make it through that level there and took a nice little peel back. Yeah, about 30 something cents. 40 cents from the high. Question for you about shorting highs for scalps. Well, I'll do my best to answer that question, Luca. Not really my cup of tea. I don't like really fading highs. It's a tricky business. It's just like buying, trying to pick a bottom on the long. But if you got a question, I can give you my input. Okay, the question is, how do you make sure and give yourself wiggle room, but not moving the goalpost? Well, scalping is a much different game. Okay, um, most of the things, and I'm primarily focusing on a lot of bank stocks right now that are very thick, that have penny spreads, right, and decent liquidity on both the buy and the sell side, right? So the way I do it, and of course this is not applicable to everyone, but that is the question. Now, you can apply the same logic to, let's just say, regular day trading, because you have swing trading, obviously we all know what that is. Then you have day trading, which simply means you're back in cash at the end of every day. You might hold something 5 minutes, you might hold something for hours, depending on what it's doing, right? Um, but whether, let's say, let's take this little guy as an example. Well, no, not that one. It was this one. Okay. This was a nice, calm range break, right? Even if you bought it halfway through that green candle right here, our risk was clearly definable, right? If we're going to buy here, anywhere in that candle, this is going to be our stop loss. Now, technically, 15 minutes, it'd be a much tighter stop, but just for sanity, we're going to put it right here. So if this trade would have moved against someone that bought it in this green candle, the rule is, don't, if it prints 249, because this is roughly 250, right? You know what your risk is going into the trade, not after, right? So you're like, ooh, I'll risk, what was it? 277 at the worst. You're going to risk 22 cents. You know that going in, you make the trade, you put your stop loss down here. If you put your stop loss in, you can't break your rules. The only way you could break your rules is if you cancel the stop loss, right? But if you stuck to your stop loss, you know what your risk is there. It's clearly defined, and all you have to do is not break the rules, right? And then you got a nice opportunity to exit for quite a handsome risk to reward ratio there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, higher, much higher. Now, let's say it was the open this morning, and I'm checking out some bank stocks, and they're pretty thick and liquid. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this thing, looking at the SPY, just the overall big magnet, yeah, we had a little downside action to start the day. So I'm watching how those stocks are reacting. Maybe I shorted a little bit, made a few pennies, but I'm watching those stocks and seeing how they react. And of course, I'm looking at the dailies and going, well, there is room here, right? So if these things don't go past a certain level and the buyers come back in and those offers start getting hit, I'm going to cover and I'm probably going to go long. Okay. Because that was a pretty decent move in the downside right there on the overall markets. The things that I was trading peeled off a little bit, but they acted really strong. So I cover my short. I'm like, okay, the next push I think is going to be up. I think they're going to clear the offers out. So for me, if I'm scaling into something, and I don't just go, oh, give me 10,000 shares, boom, or give me 5,000 shares. I scale into it, right? It keeps me saner, so to speak. So if I want to be in 5,000, 10,000, 500 share buy. 5 seconds later, 500 share buy. I scale into things. Now, every once in a while, when the situation dictates it, sure, I'll have to slam 1,000, 1,500 share blocks because it might not be there for very much longer, right? But as soon as I get one level of clearance, say I buy, use a hypothetical stock XYZ is at 10 bucks. I buy all I want at 10. 10 offers clear out. Bid becomes 10, nice and thick. Offers are 1001. I'm in it riskless. Okay. If it backs off against me, if those 10 bids start getting blown out, all I have to do is hit flatten and I'm flat. Okay. So in a scalper's mind, in my mind, that's the way I'm working things, right? It's much more accelerated the pace of things, but the rule is still the same. I know that if this thing doesn't keep going, I'm going to be in it until I feel the momentum is dying, and then whatever I'm up, I'm going to take it. Now if it's an exceptional situation and things are happening on the daily where this thing might, you know, get a lot more legs, kind of like GSAT yesterday and some of the things it was doing. Then I would try to hold some and set a reasonable stop loss and go, okay, well, if it backs off against me, at least I'm going to flat this level, but I'm not going to lose money on it. And a lot of the times on these thicker plays, it's use the old 2 penny trailing stop because as soon as it backs off and clears one level, boom, you're out. So, Luca, I hope your head's not spinning as I talked about that, but that's the way I do it. I hear somebody moving around in the background, or maybe I don't. But it
No, you
sounded
do.
it sounded like I heard
No, you
Barry
do.
sneaking
You
around
do.
in there.
You do. I was trying to mess with you a little bit, thinking yourself, am I hearing things? Is
Oh,
it that
look,
time
Barry,
of my
Pete's
life
on.
that I'm starting to hear things? Listen, all I want you to do is will ICCT to go over 9, okay?
I was
Just
already
will
doing
it.
that earlier.
My goodness, I got back into it and
Hmm.
I've taken some off, but if it goes through 9, I'm going to let out a big war whoop.
Yeah, yeah, and I
Crazy action. Crazy, crazy action on this
now
one.
what was the catalyst on this one?
This was a well, 2 days ago. I guess it did a
Yeah,
merger, but then
okay.
it emerged also from the pink sheets, and so other than that, I don't really know. Well, I know that's what it is. Come on, one more. Sorry, I'm just listening to my. I've got an alert set at
Your
nine
audible
dollars.
alert.
Yeah, an audible alert set at $9, and let's see if I can take it out. Yeah, so that's the reason. And now it got very dicey yesterday because it got halted. I don't know, maybe a couple of hours before the market closed, and it was halted overnight,
Right.
and it opened at 9 o'clock this morning Eastern time. Something about all the shares that were involved didn't get quite allocated correctly, and
Hmm.
that sounded when I read it because that was the news that came out just before it opened. I thought, oh, not that I was in it, but there were a few people in the room who were in it. And but no, it's they just sort of shrugged that off and away to the races.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
No pun intended.
no, no. Oh man, so I'll let you go now, Jamie. Thanks for. I'll add my stream right now. Get that IC. Maybe I'll induce it upwards if I display it.
Well, I'll be, saying some what would we call those stock prayers?
Yeah, do it. Well, you
I'll
want to
be
answer,
saying some
Luca?
stock prayers for you, Barry.
Okay.
Now,
Luca
not
is,
that you need prayers, because I'm sure you're up and you're managing your risk accordingly. Um,
oh yeah,
but I would
I've,
I would think
I've,
you're up handsomely on it.
yes,
Mhm.
yes. I mean, I'm doing well on it. I just would do a lot better if it takes out nine. The reason if it takes out nine, I think it'll just keep going. That's all.
Well, I mean, is that the high? Let's
No,
see,
the high is actually 931
928. Yeah.
or 928. Okay,
But yeah, that
excuse me.
the whole number conducive or
Yes,
conduces. Uh,
but it's a couple of great green candles now in a row, and the volume picked up. So anyway,
do
we'll
we
see what
have any
happens.
idea do we have any idea what the float is?
I think it's 4.5. I
So
know
it
we
is
don't
a
have any
very
information on
low,
it, but I think it's 4.5 million.
very low float. Well,
Yeah.
very good, Barry. Okay, we'll see what happens. Come
Okay.
on, ICCT, crack nine for Barry. Thanks for listening, everybody, and I'll see you guys later.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie. All right, guys. Let me get my music. Yeah, I know. I'm back in the ICCT. I'm praying, not praying, but I'm hoping for a nine break. I've traded some out. What a move! I mean, my goodness, I thought this was kind of dead, but from 683 on that one candle, got right back up for over eight and pounced. So now, I mean, if it just takes up that high right there, that 891, I have a feeling it could pop through nine, and man, who knows? Kind of like this. Go, go. Okay. Where's Jamie? I asked him to stock prayer for me. Well, okay, that was exciting. Now, while I was gone, I saw that yeah, some all sorts of news, I guess, with cannabis, marijuana, cannabis. I saw that MSOS just absolutely motor up here, the ETF for cannabis. Saw it motor up here, got halted, I guess, right there. But, but as usual, most of these cannabis plays cannot hold their gains. Something happening in our YouTube room or Slack with Jamie and myself. All right, guys. I'm sorry. Now, Steve, multiple monitors, and I'm just reading your question. Oh, another question. Now I was on my break. Leor, are you still in the room? Sorry, I see your question now at 12:16. Show me how to use the paper money simulator. Are you still around? Sorry about that. I was on my break. If you're still around, I can help you. And let's see if you are still around, or can you hear me? Well, let's see. Maybe who knows? Maybe the NAOV later on in the day. Maybe it might gain some traction again. Okay, Leo may not be there. Steve, you asked a question about multiple monitors. Want to get TI to open in one monitor for all the channel bars. Currently, when TI opens, it launches in the correct window, but when opening different channels, it opens on another monitor. Let me see if I can understand. Are you saying, well, first of all, Steve, can you hear me? You asked that question in the questions section. Maybe you're not there either. Okay. No, as crazy as it sounds, I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert for ICCT at the high of the day, which is way up here. You can see all the little price alerts that I had. That triggered my interest, and at 9:34 is the high of the day. Hmm. This is still what a great bounce. Right there was when I know I was talking about it and saying, guys, if it takes this 2136 out, it might have a run and nice run, pull back, and it's still over $1 from there. I did not. Triple D pop? Yeah, triple D right up here. Triple D pop and big pop. Now hasn't this been in the news as a potential takeover? So the question is, this is from our YouTube room, do you have options for mobile alerts custom built and not custom built? I mean, you can use, I mean, the problem is, I mean, you can create a scan like this and in your browser and somehow try to read it. I mean, I just don't know how relevant it would be. What we're trying to do you may have seen me display that market scope. I don't want to I'll display it again. I just don't want to go live because then I can't have my downloadable application running at the same time. But if I take a look at market scope, so this is browser based, and you could have something like this running in your on your phone. Okay. Now, again, you would see the symbol here. It's just it's because I'm in the delayed version. But if you were a subscriber, you just create the account, and then of course you see everything, and everything is live. But if you're not, but this is not customizable. Now, as far as creating a scan, I mean, you can use our web-based version. You could create a scan. I honestly don't know what it would look like on your browser, on a phone. Are you talking about on a phone or a tablet, Randall? No, this is live, Sam. This is live. The reason it doesn't look live right now, as I say, is because if I go live, then I can't have my downloadable application and this live at the same time. But this is live. I mean, if I went, all I have to do is sign in. All I have to do is sign in. There we go. So now I've signed in. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So this is a nice heat map. This is going to draw your attention to the stocks that are up the most. Okay, this is a running a biggest gainers and biggest losers is a scan or crawl all day long. And then when you just want to click on AMC and you see what it's doing. And you can set it up, your preferences. So if you're an intraday trader, not that it's a big deal, but your settings, all this is going to do is in the chart settings, day trading, swing trading, investing. So for instance, obviously I'm a day trader. So if I go back to the market scope, and so by selecting that I'm a day trader, I'm going to get automatically a 5-minute chart and a daily chart here. Okay. But of course I can change it. I can change it to a weekly chart if I want, or a 15-minute chart. If I'd said I was a swing trader, then the default would have been a daily chart with a weekly insert here. That's what it would have looked like. So I mean, it's not easy enough to adjust it on the fly. I like this idea, though. I have to admit, it's sort of eye-catching. But you could set this up. Of course, what we're trying to do here is for people who do not want to create any sort of a scan themselves. Okay, we're just going to create them for you. But there are limitations. I mean, you cannot link, for instance. So when I click on a symbol, it's not going to. I cannot have it linking into my broker's platform. But remember that the idea of this is not for the super active trader, because if you're a super active trader, you'll create, you can use my scans or create your own scans. You can create a biggest gainer scroll yourself, but if you're not a super active trader and you're looking on, say, your phone or a tablet, this is pretty good. This is all live, yes. Some stock races that they created. And you should probably expand it so you can see the whole thing. Charts are snappy, boy. Yeah, the charts here are just, they're lightning. Anyway, I do want to get back in though and have to sign out, and that's the issue really, to sign out. So that's why I cannot use both. And then let me see if I can just do a reset. No, I probably have to do the login. And it'll take a bit for that red ball to turn green. Yeah, come on. So there we go. So it takes a while. That's because, yeah, but you've got to, you can, if you have an account, you have to be a subscriber in order to get live data. Sam. Okay, you have to be a subscriber to get live data. If you want delayed data, then you'll have a 15-minute delay. The reason being is that we have to pay the exchanges for the data, so we cannot have live data for free. Now, will that only happen though if you're currently a subscriber, Pepe? Otherwise, well, let me do it again. So here we are. So we'll go to market scope, data delayed by 15 minutes. Create. So if you were currently a Trade Idea subscriber, yeah, okay, so that's right. So if you're not a subscriber, it's going to say create a free account and log in to see all the data, subscribe for full access. Hard for me to do it because I'm already a subscriber, so it's not. But you can create a free account. Believe that when you create a free account, that the charts become unblurred for a while. I don't think they're unblurred forever. And then there's well, so what is Stratasys doing? That's a big competitor. Oops. So what is the news? I mean, I know that one of them was going to be. I thought there was a buyout proposed. Maybe it was Stratasys up here, but it didn't happen, obviously. Apple was supposed to be using. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Well, if you've never seen a 3D printer in action, it's pretty well. And the last time I saw one was 70 years ago, so I'm sure the technology is a lot better, but it's pretty awesome. All right, guys. Well, it is video time for me. Oh, okay. So this is another 3D printer, desktop metal, another 3D printer. Boy, all these 3D, yeah. So they're all popping like this. Wasn't there an Israeli one too? We have a seven. I have a 17 million float for FFIE, not 200K. Is that what our provider has? I have a 17 million. Well, we don't have float information at all. So, but when I looked, it said 17 million was in the float for FFIE. That's just going to dilution tracker. Okay. Okay. This is this dilution tracker, and this says for FFIE, 17 million in the float. And they're usually pretty good. I really don't know, Randall. I don't know how many subscribers Straight Ideas has. Thousands, but I really don't know. This was the one I wanted to short earlier on in the day. Now I remember this one. Yeah, I wanted to short this one earlier on in the day. I turned my head, and there weren't very many shorts available. And then I think there were about 8,000 or something. And then when I went to short it, they'd all been snapped up. But what a bounce now! But it would have been a great short down from what 780 was when I was looking at it, but down before it really pulled back. I bet down to 730. Oh, way more than a few hundred, Randall. Thousands, we have thousands of subscribers. Boy, that ICCT, that I got it. That's been a very, very tough one. I've been fortunate three times with it. I was really hoping right there because I still had a decent piece left. And when it got to 912, I was hoping that it would just keep going at least to the high of the day. And I thought if I could take out the high of the day, it might have a shot to the 10. But yep, EMA clouds. Well, we have no cloud EMA clouds. No, then we have EMAs that you can put on your charts, but not EMA clouds. Not sure what an EMA cloud is, but I know Ichimoku, but I don't know. I don't know. Was that what you meant? Question in our YouTube room. But we don't have Ichimoku either. If that's what you really meant, it's been added. No, No, then we don't have it, Randall. We do not have, so I wasn't sure if that was a misprint by yourself. No, we don't have EMA clouds. Definitely don't. Well, guys, we'll figure out which one I'm going to do today in terms of a video. AOV was pretty good. Okay, guys, I think I'll do my video now, and time is it now? What, 13, 20, 125, so 126. Should be back no later than 136. Okay, muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Announcement here. Okay, that I was saying earlier, maybe the NAOV can get some traction later on in the day. This doesn't look good now. The believe it or not, though, the ICCT could. I mean, if it gets over 9 again, get some volume. Very, very, very whippy, but it's over 9 again. That could you think get running again. Hmm. I see Brush is trying to have a daily reversal, BRSH. Yeah. You too, goods. Have a great rest of your day. What how do you explain a Reto chart, right? RETO. Remember what happened here? I don't, this was not an earnings play. I can't remember what happened here to Rito on this day. 665. I thought there might have been a financing, but well, let's see if our news picks that up. 824. Let's see what happened. Oh, the China property market. I guess that's when maybe that was it ever something or other declare bankruptcy finally again in China. Is that anything to do with it? Maybe. At any rate, what a drop that day. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So, wow, this seemed to be the theme of the day, guys. Some of the major, well, certainly AMBA, HPQ, and HPE, some of the major companies that released earnings today had big comebacks, really. They look really bleak at the beginning of the day, but nice comebacks. There's the HPQ. It is still negative for the day. I think HPE actually went positive for the day. HPE, I think went positive. Yeah, I went positive. AMBA, no, AMBA is not positive, but I think it had a bit of a comeback. Yeah, it's still down quite a bit, but it did pop, and as opposed to my bias certainly this morning was this I thought was going to turn into a great short because underneath 58, the next low was 53, and then 50 just didn't happen. You know what? I may be able to have just talking to myself. Just give me a moment. All right. I forgot I had another account at Trade Ideas, so I can now have both open. So let's see what's happening here. Again, I wouldn't mind having this. It's funny. I wouldn't mind having this up and running on another monitor, just as a quick look at what's happening. And you can see there's the ICCT is just front and center still. Now that's the change from the close. Let's do a little bit differently, and let's go to the change from the open, and let's see what's happening. Okay, so there's the LR, ALR, excuse me, ALAR, and that's the change from the open. Or let's go the biggest change in the last 30 minutes. We might get some pretty spotty ones. I don't know what this one is. There's Triple D. Yeah, I get some pretty spotty ones here. I could maybe shore up the filters that are in place here a bit. Oh, how about the last hour? Biggest change in the last hour. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. This NOAA, NOAH. All right, guys. So yeah, it's sort of interesting. Again, it's just a different, more casual way of looking at the market. Okay, for those of you who are more casual and don't want to spend, hours in front of a computer, you can put this on your phone or a tablet, and you can go to the different options here. You just want to stay in the market scope, that's fine. There's a nice heat map right here. I'll probably keep it on the maybe the change from the open. But then you've got this crawl, the biggest gainers and biggest losers. Again, this is for more of the casual trader who's out there. I saw the CVRG a lot earlier today. Yeah, but you know what? In fairness, it's chopped around a lot, so would not have been an easy short. No screen. You should have a screen, Alberto. You should have a screen. You guys can see my screen, right? Still? Uh, Give me one moment, please. Guys, yeah, I'm on mute right now. I'll be right back, okay? And you should see my screen. You should see my screen. Just do a refresh, Alberto, okay? But I am on mute right now. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am now back. Yeah, so Alberto, I'm not sure how I can help you. You can't see my screen. Well, I don't know if you're the only one, but most are saying they can see my screen. So you might have to just come back in and out of the room, do a refresh. I don't know how I can help you. Oh my goodness, dare I, ICCT again. Yeah, I mean, I could take maybe just a lot, maybe cut my share size, in half or a quarter even, and just see what might happen. But I just feel I've been very fortunate three times in this one. Okay, John M. in our YouTube room. Do you mean the web version of Trade Ideas is out now? So that we've always had a web-based version. Are you talking about though the new? Are you talking about we've always had a web-based version, but are you talking about this? Are you talking about this, which is this is just from our website. So this is the website now. If I can find it. Yeah. Okay. So yes, this is now out. When you go to our website, then you just click on Market Scope 360, and well, we actually you can click on any one of these. Okay, so yes, this is. I mean, we still have a web-based version though. Okay, like a full web-based version, but this is more geared, yeah, to people who are more casual. It's geared for mobile. You can actually see this on your phone, not too badly. So if that's what you're talking about, yes, the answer is yes. You can find it right here. I'm not able to post, so something's gone on here. Okay, I might have to do I can't post in our YouTube room, and I think I know why, but give me a moment if this works. Okay, that works. So if you click on this link, John, give me a moment as I close down the other chat box. Okay. So if you click on, yeah, so if you click on that microscope link that I typed in. So we'll be brought to the home page. Actually, you're not brought. Okay, that link will bring you right here. And then the data is delayed by 15 minutes. Okay. If you are a subscriber, though, you can go live. Okay. And because I'm a subscriber, that's what it says. Otherwise, it'll say create a free account and you'll have 15-minute delayed data still on a free account. And then it'll also say, but you can get live data if you subscribe. Okay. Many users have a workaround for mobile alerting on their, well, not on custom scans. No, Randall. Do you have trade ideas? I'm assuming, wow, look at ICCT. Sorry. Do you have trade ideas, Randall? I mean, this is what we have, okay? It's not customizable right now, okay? For if you're talking about using it on a phone, if that's what you're talking about. Here's alerts, but again, this is not customizable. If you're looking for customizable, then you need the download but it doesn't look very good. Yeah, no, you can't do it yet. Not, I mean, you can try. I mean, if you say you tried before using our web-based version, if you use our web-based version and then the browser on your phone, then if it's not working, then you're not going to see a difference here because this is not customizable. The reason it's not customizable, it's not for people who don't want to really know have to do anything. They just they want to be fed the information and that's it. They don't want to know how to create a scan, nothing. All right, guys, time is it now? 1:56. So another hour or so for me, and then we'll keep the main room open until that's up to him. But certainly past 3 o'clock. Wow, sometime after 4. Okay, good for you. Yeah, sorry about that, Randall. We it just doesn't set up like that the way you want it. Most of somebody who wants to create their own custom scans and all that are usually heavier. I don't mean weight wise, but more heavy duty users. So this is not geared for them. Don't understand what you're trying to do here, Alberta. You're not a subscriber to Trade Ideas, so what are you actually trying to do then? What are you trying to do? You're in the room, but what are you actually trying to do? In order to, use Brokerage Plus or anything, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but are you talking about using our new website and the downloadable application at the same time? I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to do, because if that's the case, you cannot. It's one or the other right now. All right, guys, things have slowed down for me anyway. 145, those are the last alerts I have for the abnormal option activity. 145 for the momentum scan. So we're now at 159. So about 15 minutes, no new alerts. It's the only positive thing you could say about the ICCT is if you, I'm not a big trend line drawer, but I mean, if you do a trend line starting there, up through there, it never really broke, I guess, but it's not been easy. There's some very, very huge, like 1 minute moves, 30-second moves. So, man, Alberta, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you're talking about not being able to see my screen where you're when you're in the trade ideas in the chat in the trading room, because it's got nothing to do with the subscription to trade ideas. The trading room is free, but I'm not. I'm I'm finding a hard time understanding what's going on. If it's just that you can hear me, but you can't see my screen, that's an issue. I don't know how we can help you. If you've refreshed several times, but it's got nothing to do with being a Trade Idea subscriber. But what new setup are you talking about? Because you're in the room, so that's not an issue. You are in the trading room, so that's not an issue. So, what new setup are you talking about? Sorry, guys, I'm just talking to Alberto in our main room. suppose that NAOV, anything is possible. There's the VWAP 313, yeah. But it has been really, really choppy over the last few hours. So low float. One's a warrant, Saka, and one's the stock. Same company, but one is the warrant. Well, one is a warrant. Well, if you don't, okay, look what a warrant is. Do a search. You'll find out what a warrant is. But it's the same company. But some stocks, a lot of stocks will have different categories or classifications of the way you can trade them. So a lot of stocks will have warrants, and so the W. I'm assuming anyway. The W must be the warrant version of the stock. He's probably looking at fibs. Okay, Fibonacci. I'm going to assume that anyway. You're asking about where is he getting these levels for AMC as an example, or any stock that you might hear him do the same thing. Oh, fibs, right. Well, guys, things have settled down a lot for me now. I'm not getting any, as I say, the last 145, 145. So we're almost 21 minutes ago since the last few alerts. So I think what I'll do then is just display. This is what I was trying to show you. This is our new website. Okay, this is the new website. That's what you'll be met with. Okay, all this. And so this is the market scope. Oh, that's how okay, you click on the logo. That's how you get to the website. And so when you go to it, it'll say delay data 15 minutes, but it'll say if you are a subscriber, it'll say something like log in or something like that. Click here for live data. And if you're not a subscriber, it'll say something like create a free account and subscribe to get live data. Because creating a free account does not get you live data. So yeah, I mean, I could easily see if I were a casual trader, or you know what, maybe a day will come that I don't want to think about it anymore. Don't want to think about what to do and just have this thing, just feed me alerts without my having to really do anything. And you can see how the scroll pauses when you're on it, so you can kind of take a look. Big was an earnings play yesterday. Good afternoon, Niraj. Ooh, you're not in anymore, I think, Dak. I know it's hard. You probably had a very tight stop on the last bit you did, but this looks like it is so close to take. Well, there it is. There's nine. Dude, okay, first of all, welcome. When you say how can I get intraday alerts? Well, I mean, are you able to? In what fashion do you want them? Do you want them on your phone, or do you want them on your tablet, or do you have a computer? Like, this is you're looking at my desktop, because you can create your own intraday alerts, or you can take the scans that I've created. You can have them, but it depends on what sort of trader you are. Are you new to trading? Email. Okay, that is not. That's not going to be too viable. The only thing I can say is you can try. Good grief, guys. There it is. Unbelievable. Just took out the high of the day, ICCT. Well, so what might be more interesting to you, you're not going to get it by email, okay? But I mean, you can have this on your phone or on a tablet. This is giving you real-time alerts during the day, okay? But if you're so new, like I have no idea what sort of a trader you are. Are you new to trading? When you say you're new to intraday trading, well, here's something else you probably, before you do anything at all, is you probably should take a look at this course that we've got, okay, before you do anything at all, because you have to have an understanding about how to read charts. Okay, so what I would suggest is that you do something like this. If you click on my homepage link, trading is not easy. Okay, I mean, if you're trying to intraday trade and you're not willing to sit in front of a computer and just get an email, that's awfully tough. But trading 101, you can take a look at this. There are a lot of videos. You don't have to take a look at the very first one. You can. I mean, it starts off literally, what is a stock? Okay. So there are a lot of videos talking about, understanding candlestick patterns, things like that. You might want to take a look at that before you do anything else. I hate to say it like that. I know it's, you get the program and you figure, okay, I want to start trading immediately. But if you have no experience, then you don't, remember the program is called Trade Ideas. These are all ideas that are generated. Give me a moment, as my voice went up 10 octaves. with the ICCT. Unbelievable. Wow. This is one big wow, guys. Okay, so on our charts, Raj, let me just show you something. And understand, this is just sort of a guide, okay? On our trade ideas charts, when I click on an alert, let me find something that's not so crazy. So if I click on HPQ as an example, okay? So if you see our chart right here, oh, that okay, bad example. That was an AI alert. Let me click on something else. Let me click on triple D. Okay. So what they're saying here, if you took this trade at 641, they're suggesting a stop down here, the smart stop that you can see on my screen at 628. It's a suggestion. Okay. So every time you click on an alert, the smart stop will be generated. And I wouldn't care that much about a target. A target is just double the difference if you got into this trade right here. Let's just say the difference was you get in at 640, and let's say that stop is at six. That's 40 cents away. It would just double it so that your target is at 80 cents above 640, 720. I think I would pay more attention if we were going to use this at all. I would pay way more attention to the stop. Okay. Again, though, wow. Sorry, guys. I wonder if Dak got in again. So you see what I'm saying? I mean, this is a guide, and these are automatically generated for you. And that stop, of course, will change all day long. Depends where you click on when you click on the alert. So, for instance, right now, DDD, the stop is they're saying, okay, if you took a trade at 640, suggested stop would be 628. But if earlier on in the day we would click it when it was up here at 666, the stop would not be down here. It would be somewhere higher because it gets adjusted all day long. But when you get into the trade, that would be your stop. Oh, yeah, I guess if I could go back to the way back machine, my original buy of ICCT, and I just held it, it would have been impossible though. So did that okay, Raj? So Raj, did that make sense? But how do you get them? Well, you have to have a scan of some sort. Okay, you can have my scans, but you say you want to be an intraday trader, but at this point though, you have to sort of develop a bit like a trading plan. What sort of a trader do you want to be? Like I'm more of a momentum trader. I'm looking at stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. But you might be somebody who wants to say, you know what, I want to wait for a pullback to the VWAP or to a moving average, things like that. Now, at this point, you probably don't know. And that's why you have to practice. That's why you should take a look at those videos. And we have a simulator that you can actually practice different trading styles. It uses our real-time data, and you can practice your different styles. Because at this point, you probably have no idea. I don't know what sort of a trader I want to be, other than profitable, right? Otherwise, it'll be bewildering, you know. I mean, you look at a chart, you're going, well, I have no idea what it's telling me. And that makes sense if you've never done it. Probably it's when well, right here, this day right here, 2 days ago, ICCT, and it had like a merger, and it came off the pinks, and it was very, very strange. The big halt yesterday was halted, for the last couple of hours yesterday, and then overnight didn't start trading until 9 this morning. It could be. It could be. The difference is, well, I don't even want to say what the difference is. Somebody's saying it could be the new DFS. I mean, it could be, sure. I mean, anything is possible. Still don't know what these guys do. Hard to concentrate, yes, on other things, when you see this sort of stuff happen. I mean, look at the volume, 46 million. I believe the float is around 4 million. Let me just do another quick check to see what it is, because we don't have float information for it. Five and a half million. Okay, 5.5 million. Outstanding shares, 6.62. Float is 5.5 million. So low float. Meanwhile, in the boring side, INBX underneath. I'm not going to do anything now, guys, but I mean, just pointing these out, maybe it makes sense for some of you to take a look at this one. INBX. The real will probably say it's way underneath the channel, but it's underneath 21. And the next low looking left is 18. So, boy, it's got 280, $2.80 until it hits the next low. Not a lot of volume. Well, I sort of wind it down towards the end of the day anyway, Alex. I usually stop the room. Well, the room will be open after 3 because we'll keep it open, but I usually stop trading early by 3. I mean, look, there's a part of me that I'm going to take a look at the ICCT if it takes out a new high. Maybe I do something, but that's, it'd be very personal. I also am not somebody who has to be in a trade all the time. Far from it. Surprised it did not get halted on that move. I mean, again, it's a program, computer program. It kicks in. It obviously didn't trigger, but I'm surprised. It seemed to me that that would have been almost an obvious one, but evidently the math didn't work. And if you're looking for a reason, there is no reason, okay? There is no reason for this doing what it's doing. I mean, it's a new issue, yes, and all that, but you're looking for, did it, discover the cure for something? No. All right, guys. I am, believe it or not, I'm not going to say anything, okay? I'm exhausted. It's just exhausting. Yeah, if I were a cigar smoker, perhaps I would, but I'm not. It's the volume, 47 million shares, 47 million. So it's amazing. I mean, look at the volume yesterday. Probably people thought, well, okay, how can it eclipse that today? Look at it did. So yesterday's volume was 47 million. So we're at 47.9 right now, on its way probably to, I don't know, 50, 55. Have another hour and a half left in the market. I mean, this candle right here, this volume bar right there. I mean, that's why, guys. I mean, look at this. I mean, we had to go back to 10 o'clock before we saw something like this. I mean, it's the next largest since 10 o'clock. I could draw, but I don't want to give back all my profits. Just hit a key. They wouldn't do a financing, would they? Oh man, guys, I'm embarrassed. Anyway, I almost want to stop now, guys. 229. Okay, well, you know what? The other mystery has been solved. NAOV ain't going to do it. NAOV is not going to do it. If you don't believe me, yeah. So look at this. Yeah, this is it's a pretty big red candle. This looks like the end, guys. Now this looks like the end for NAOV today. Tio is having a late day break. Yeah, I see that Tio is having a late day break. I wasn't watching it. Well, as Dak would say, probably there's no cell signal. I don't think for Tio. The next high the next high looking left is 133. So that could be an area, Christine, right? When you look left on the daily chart, and the next high for teal is 133. So, and look, if it gets through that, then you're laughing. 168 is the next high. RA was something that PJ talked about this morning, right? We have $19, so I or 19%. So we don't have it as an all-time low, but I'd have to go maybe take a look at a monthly chart. Uh-oh. Okay. So we have down here that 1040 on this month back in March of 2020. So over 3 years ago, we have a low here. So I don't know. Now, is this infallible? Maybe not, but I'm actually going to watch ICCT after hours. I don't generally do that, but let me see what it does after hours at 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock Eastern, of course. Haven't seen well, actually, VFS in the pre-market was actually doing incredibly very well. So what is it doing now? Not good if it's down to 39. Yeah, so in the pre-market, I mean, this got up to $57. But this is really casino trading. All we're trying to do is at least have a stop somewhere, okay? You can't just buy something like this, either be it VFS or ICCT, and wander away from your computer. And and please obey your stop because I mean the especially with what has happened with ICCT today. This could You see, a lot of people might say, well, you know what? I'm not going to have a stop because it came back, it popped up, it came back, it popped up, it came back, it popped up. And so why have a stop here? Okay, why have a stop here? Because even if it drops down to 10, it's going to come back. And you can get really, really convinced that that's what's going to happen. Meanwhile, they'll say, yeah, guys, we don't talk about how much we make in the room. We don't talk about how many shares we take and all that sort of stuff. Just, yeah, gentle reminder. SQL, isn't that the one that did a reverse split? A 1 for 40 reverse split? Or is going to do a reverse split? A 1 for 40 reverse split coming up? Thought somebody told me, thought somebody posted that earlier. A 1 for 40 reverse split. So is it going to be in effect tomorrow? Ah, flipping boom. Oh my goodness. See, the other thing, this is not shortable. For most people, this is not shortable, which is probably an excellent, excellent thing. We're talking about the ICCT because I'll guarantee there were a lot of people that would have been shorting all sorts of different spots. I'm looking at my buys for ICCT over the course of the day. Well, I mean, look, there's no stopping it in terms of chart resistance. I mean, there's none. It's an all-time high as this stock anyway. I just can't believe it hasn't been halted. I mean, again, it's math. And for what, it just hasn't done it. It hasn't gone up quickly enough in a period of time that has caused it to halt. I'm so surprised. Well, here's what I'm going to do. With this is to just watch to see how it trades after hours a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm getting set to wrap this up. My stint will be over around 3 o'clock. I will stay later if there are questions. William says he will keep the room open till at least 4. He actually says after 4, but he's under no obligation to do it. So, however long he keeps the room open, it's just a bonus. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So first of all, there's a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. We have got a nice promo on for Labor Day. Labor Day 25 is your promo code. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay, you do the get started. That's the first thing you have to do if you do take out a subscription. It'll run you through your download and install your first startup and log in. Top introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, I can't emphasize more. You have to understand a little bit about trading before you hop in. So this is a free course, Trading 101. I do a stock of the day video. You can find it right here. Trade of the week. Still looking good. Trade of the week is CVNA. You'll get that. It's a free service. You can sign up for it. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your what's it called? Not production, promotions, your promotion folder. Okay. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. If you're looking for my scans, here they are. And of course, ICCPT, all the movers will show up here somewhere. That's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. But here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. And as always, let's keep the room free. Okay. The way to do it, all I ask is that if and when you decide to take out a subscription, just use like you can save my homepage link and then use this code. Okay, the room will get credit. Company will see that okay, the room is paying for stuff. There's a cost, obviously, to running the room. So the more subscriptions that happen because people use this promo code or my homepage link, the better. So again, if you're thinking about a subscription, that's all I ask. And I'll also put the link into the new homepage, okay? For those of you who are here who really can't sit around all day long and actively trade, then this is and you might want to have stuff coming on your phone. So with our newly designed website, yes, if you at any point, Raj, if you take out a monthly subscription and down the road you want to take out an annual, um, you, well, if you, first of all, I wouldn't do it right away. I mean, you better understand that you want the program, number one. So, take at least a month to take a look at it. If you decide within a month that you do want to take out an annual, I'll make sure you can get the 25%. But even later, either 2, 3 months down the road, and you decide you want an annual, I can get you a 25% discount for annual. Okay. Okay. Well, then, down the road, yeah, I can get you a 25% off for an annual. How do bearish stocks with no short float data react? I really don't know, Green. I really don't know. Never really checked. The only time I really look at short float and the percent is when stocks are moving higher because that's when it gets exciting because those people, if it's a high enough short, like look at Carvana. I mean, Carvana, who knows what these people are doing? If 41% of that 84 that is short, so what are these people doing now? A lot of them could be way up here, and they're just looking at holding on. I mean, for them, obviously, if you were short for $300 and you're still holding on, this little pop up here is not a huge percentage. But what if you were short here? Well, yeah, I mean, the way I look at it with an ICCPT, what's so new, first of all, an ICCT, typically most brokerages will not have shorts available. You might get, I call them a specialty broker like Centerpoint, which definitely prides themselves on having many shorts available for virtually all stocks at all times. Cobra is another one, maybe Trade Zero. So you could look at it a couple of ways. I mean, if there are a lot of shorts available, then that means there could be downward pressure, by people piling into shorting. But if there are no shorts available, then you're right. There's no short covering because there's not a lot of people are short. But look, if there had been a lot of shorts available, as I was saying earlier, you can rest assured that there would have been a lot of attempts to short this various levels, and depending on when they got out, they would have been wrong. But just like going long today, very difficult. I mean, for anybody to say, well, I'm just going to take it here, right there at $8, and I'm going to hold on because I know it's going to 12. Of course not. So, I mean, if you took this at $8, at one point it went down to 7. Oh yeah, there's going to be speculation. Sure, why not? Anticipating it will continue to rise. Sure. And this is what I'm saying because it did what it did. So anybody who bought at 12 or up here might be thinking, well, you know what? Yeah, I had a spot, but I'm not going to because look what it did all day long. It always bounced back. It always bounces back until it doesn't. Yeah, but you might have said I would have shorted up here if 9:30 had there been shorts, right? Or or here, I don't know. I mean, listen, it would have been difficult either way. This was not easy to go long. Okay, it really wasn't. It was more for me. It was more of a gut. Every single time I took it, it was more okay. Of a sense of what it might do. But believe me, I was very quick on that submit button in interactive brokers when I was selling. No, Marty, I'm not sure. No, as I was saying, I don't think there are not many people that are brokers that are going to have ICCT shorts available. Okay, not many people will have ICCT shorts available. It's too new. They're only started trading 2 days ago as ICCT. You know what, Martin? So the question is, do I consider somebody who holds a play for 1 day or 2 days, a swing or a scalper? Well, it all depends. I mean, if you were a so-called investor, I don't mean you, but I mean just talking somebody who likes to trade, hold something for months and months, you might consider somebody who holds something a stock for 2 days a scalper. Okay, but typically, I mean, if you hold it over a day, you know, then it becomes in theory a swing trade. Now, how long you hold it after that, of course, it's up to you. If I were holding a stock, I wouldn't go into I wouldn't go into something and say, well, I'm only going to hold it 1 day or 2 days. If I were more of a swing trader, I'd be holding it until it doesn't work anymore, until it hits my stop. Labels can be deceiving anyway. I mean, Jamie, if you were in the YouTube room at noon, he is a scalper for a lot of things. I mean, he's taking big positions, 5, 10,000 shares of stocks, and he pays no commission. And if he gets, 3 or 4 cents out of it, he's happy. And that's the style of trading that he does. He will do other trades, don't get me wrong. But that to me is a an absolute definition of a scalper. Can you trade the extended market in Canada? Oh, sure. I mean, are you talking about our exchange up in Canada, like the Toronto Stock Exchange? It's not. But if you're talking about, can I personally, as a Canadian, with interactive brokers, trade pre-market and after hours? Sure. For whatever reason, the Toronto Stock Exchange, even though it's a pretty big stock exchange, has never traded outside the 9:30 to 4 o'clock Eastern time hours. Does he? So you're talking about Jamie? I mean, I don't. I mean, I'm not 100% sure in terms of market climate. Obviously, if the market's in a horrible bear market, moving down, 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 day after day, probably harder to put in a positive scalp, but maybe he'll short scalp. Well, I guess it all depends. Are you talking about swing trading the market as a whole, Sean, or are you talking about a specific stock? because specific stocks, almost, regardless of what the market is doing, can still look pretty good as a swing trade. Though I'm telling you, the guys who swing trade a trade ideas are not swing trading very much. They're having a tough time. You know, there's no follow through, and that's coming from them, Steve and Andy. Michael, I don't know. Michael has a different style, perhaps, but I know that Steve and Andy, who want to swing trade a lot more, are not right now. But I don't think it, for them, I don't think it has anything to do with the overall market. It's looking at it. It's looking at a stock. I mean, the market is it extended? I don't know. I mean, we've been on a nice run, but with Carvana, I think Steve is going to hold Carvana still. Why not? I really think it depends on the stock, depends on the sector, Shaw. I mean, if you wanted to swing something in I would always be checking the sector first. You know, what is the overall sector doing? I probably wouldn't want to be swinging anything. Okay, consumer staples as an example. I probably wouldn't look at consumer staples. I mean, way underneath the 200 and moving average. It's trying to come back, but I'd be definitely watching what the sector that you're trying to swing or the stock you're trying to swing. I would check to see what the sector is doing. Some sectors have just remained strong regardless of what's happened over the last year. Look at XLK as an example. I mean, well, you can't even see the 200-day. There it is. But that was looking pretty bleak. Look at it now. But take a look at communications. If you were in a communications stock, I mean, yeah, it had a little bit of a pullback, but not as dramatic as the XLK. But communications has been, a very strong sector. So if you were looking at a communication stock to swing, you might, this might be a good sector to be in. Maybe. Again, I'm not an investment advisor, as you know. But if I were going to swing a communication stock, I'd have XLC up and running, and I would not want to see XLC give up that area here, 640, $64. But your stock that you swing may not follow the sector as closely. I'm just using communications as an example sector. As always, though, always have a stop. You're going to swing trade, you're going to day trade, always have a stop. Well, hopefully my sound will be okay tomorrow. So have I been really garbled? Like maybe to you, Dak? Some said I'm okay, but how has been the sound since this morning? Worse than yesterday? Up and down. Okay. But but yeah, but hasn't been that bad is not a ringing endorsement. So hopefully, I don't know what happened. Hopefully, we'll be back to normal tomorrow. This morning we had no sound at all, and it was nothing. I do a reboot. Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, so what I might do is, what I might do? I might come back and so after 3 o'clock, what I might do is do a reboot again, and you're going to be sticking around till 4, William. I might come back in and just see after I do a reboot and see if that's any better. All right, guys, 3 o'clock. I think I'm out. So thank you, William. So I'm out. I'm not going to shut the room down. So, but I will stop my screen sharing. Uh, Anything is possible, Otto. Though I haven't had any other. I'm streaming YouTube. I've got my brokerage account going. I've got trade ideas going. I do a video. Nothing else seemed to be affected. So anyway, I'll shut this down now. And then I will come back a little bit later after I've done my reboot and see if maybe that's all it took. Okay, guys,